Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another Humpday Q&A. Scott, you're unmuted. I had to unmute you earlier just to make sure we didn't get your audio coming through. Indeed. Whilst you're fiddling around with that, there we go. How you doing?
There we go. Life is just grand. Life is grand. My camera's
better
on the slow side.
No, that's better.
No, it's good now.
Yeah. Well, it's better,
and it's a bit on the washed out side. I've been fighting this exposure for a couple of weeks now. I don't know.
We'll get it figured out. Right. Let's get going on the show, and then we can get some questions, get some live coding. We'll finish off. We'll keep working on the game. See where we go. Right, over to you.
I'm good at that. Be nice, be respectful, be constructive. This is YouTube, not Reddit. Don't post anything that's adult, rude, against common sense. Don't advertise or promote your business. Do not spam the same question repeatedly. This one people keep doing. Remember, when you ask a question, you go to the bottom of the list, even if you already were on the list. Hint, hint. Harassment of any kind is not tolerated. Incels, bigotry, misogyny, all that other garbage. If you get kicked from here, we're going to share your name around to everywhere else, and they're going to, probably kick you from there too. So last but not least, have a good time. And if you can't laugh with us, laugh at us.
Indeed. Always laugh at us. It's fine. We don't mind. Right. My name's Simon Lightfoot, Flutter Community Leader and CTO at Dev Angels London. You can follow me on Twitter at Dev Angels London. Scott.
My name is Scott Stahl, also Flutter Community Leader, organizer GDG Cleveland, and I write code under Good Dog Apps and sometimes under Simon Stairs in the basement.
Yes, indeed. That's a Dobby reference there. Anyway, and we have Randall. Randall, welcome to the stage.
Hey, hi. Welcome, everybody. And Dash says hi, too. And yes, we were dancing during the opening intro, as we always do. That is a requirement these days. It actually helps me get my blood flowing, so it's nice. I am Randall Schwartz. I am a Dart and Flutter Google developer expert for the past 5 years. And I answer tons and tons of questions on all the community things like the Discord and the Slacks and the Reddit and Stack Overflow and stuff. But for this show, I am the question magician, which means I am watching the chat live as we do this show. And if you put Q: in front of your chat message, I consider that a question for us, the panel. If you don't put Q in front of it, I tend to ignore them because I've got so much I'm trying to watch at the same time. So put the Q there and you'll get into the queue. There's the bad pun for the week.
Cool. Thank you. And we also have a John. John, welcome to the stage. There we go.
Hey.
Oh, you're here. Let's get your face. There you go.
Help. Yeah, John. So John Weezy. I am architect engineer with Microsoft and been doing the Flutter thing for a long time. I hang out in Discord and other places answering questions and manage the Flutter community medium.
Which we're indubitably indebted to you.
Yes.
Right.
And Nash is deeply indebted too. Nash is the one who started the medium, and then he went and
Got busy.
Got himself a good job.
Yeah.
Actually, a job that has sent him all over the world. Amsterdam, Singapore, Vietnam.
So he's been busy flying
in the
around.
United States.
Yeah.
What's that, John?
He's been very busy flying all over the place.
Yep. In fact, I just talked to him this morning.
Nice.
So yeah. Next.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Has anyone actually I got a question. Are any of you going to be entering the competition? I mean,
did you put a Q in front of that first?
So for those that don't know, there's a Global Games Challenge at the moment that was released by the Flutter team, and you can go into it on that very address there, flutter.dev/global-gamers. A link to dev post where you can sign up and you can find other team members and lots of information. We discussed it last week, but I think we'll be continuing our game dev today. Some live coding. Maybe we'll get some. I don't know. I think we're working on some physics and some collision detection, so that might be fun. The other one is we could start maybe having play around with Flame if we want to skip away from our own engine. We'll see. Yeah, see what happens. Are you guys going to enter the competition at all?
I'm not. No.
I'm registered. I'm getting notices every day that I should be doing things every day, but I'm not on a team yet. And I probably won't be on a team. I know I've had about half a dozen people ask me to join their team, and I feel bad, but most of them are also from like halfway around the world, and I don't want to really collaborate with people where I have to wake up at 3 a.m. to talk to them.
Yeah, that's difficult. That's understandable.
We do that.
No, really, I do have.
Anyway.
I have
that's
some
the
limitations.
job, isn't it?
Truly, I have some limitations, and a few times I've got to say, since you let me ramble here for a second, I have had some clients that were in Europe, and almost every time it's worked out to be trouble, just because I'm on the west coast of the U.S., which is like the worst possible place to cooperate with Europe. So, not a lot of overlap hours for work hours. So
I'm not seeing a lot of sympathy from Simon here.
I know, because but he's in the middle.
You've got what? You've got people in the UK. You've got people in Germany. You've got people in Vietnam, in the US. Yeah. The sun never shines. The sun never sets on the Dev Angels Empire.
the sun never shines on the Stonehenge Empire. It's all. Oh, that's okay.
It's difficult though. There's certain places which, for example, the UK and Australia, it's just this, you couldn't work with anyone. With complete opposite side of the globe, and
async is okay to a point, but there really is times to have real time conversations, and even like one of the times I was working for a company in I think it was Estonia. And the problem was our overlap was the first 2 hours of my day and the last 2 hours of their day. And every time I had a question, I had to wait a whole day to get the answer. And that doesn't work well for my productivity during the day.
I was working with Samsung in South Korea, and it was the same sort of thing. It was like 6, 7 in the morning for me, and the very sort of whatever it was in the afternoon for them. And yeah.
For me, it was Saudi Arabia. From here, I think it's 8 hours.
Here's the thing, right? Like those can be workable, right? Like someone takes up the evening time, someone takes up an early morning. It's workable. But what's not workable is when it's completely like a 10, 12 hours or something.
Anyway, that's a huge digression. We could also talk about Serverpod's 1.2 release, and that just happened.
Yes, that was brought up recently, wasn't it?
That was 2 days ago.
Yep.
2 days ago. And we're talking, I don't know if we can mention that ahead of time, but
hopefully we'll get Victor.
Hopefully get him on.
Yeah, Victor's likely to come on the show really quick. He's already expressed interest, so we're just trying to schedule him in.
We might have had him this week, except he's on vacation celebrating.
Yeah, he's probably like the release is out.
Celebrating or collapsing?
Well, yeah, maybe both.
As we used to call it when I was salaried, comp time. He's taking comp time.
What is it? You get to release. You don't actually get to go straight on holiday anyway, because then you get all the bug reports coming in and everything else.
Yeah.
When you get back,
the post-release. Here's 72 bug reports for the thing I just released. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I just like to point something out. Now, I'm not claiming anybody is doing this. I'm just telling people what the impression is. But when you see something like, can you make a match 3 game using Flame and Provider for your example? Well, that tells everybody right there that I got a contract on Fiverr and I got no idea what I'm doing. Okay. People throw this stuff on Stack Overflow all the time. So if you say make an X app and use this plugin and this plugin and this plugin, it's like, you want me to write your app for you is what you're telling me.
I think the thing at the end of the day is like, you need to learn this stuff, right?
Yeah. Mohammed's asking, what's today's main agenda? Same as every week. Ask us questions. We'll answer them.
The questions in chat. Those that just joined now.
No, I don't know if everybody would get that reference. We're going to take over the world.
Type pink in the brain.
Pinky in the brain.
What are we doing tonight? Brain? Time to take
over the
Over the
world.
world.
We're old, right?
And we were
moving on.
joking about Flutter taking over the world 2.5, 3 years ago. Man, were we ever right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Shall we?
And Tech Lead didn't know what he was talking about. Anyhow,
Should we crack on with? Let's start with some questions, shall we?
Yeah.
question. Order questions.
Yeah, because by the time we answer these 6, there's going to be 12 more. So yeah, we should probably get started.
Let's get going.
Yeah.
Could you share your thoughts on Majid's book?
Oh, is it out?
Seen it.
I feel absolutely horrible because I have been so busy with everything around the house. I did not realize Majid had a book, and he's actually a very good friend of ours.
He does.
He's been heads down, very busy with it, and he asked me to review a chapter or two inside the book, and I've been ill, so I haven't been able to get around to it yet, and I need to sort that out myself. So I haven't even checked it out myself. So I'll let you know when I know. How's that?
Yeah, and it's. I mean, I feel really bad because whenever there are events or programming committees that select speakers for events, it's usually a similar crew of people, and Majid's always on there.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good friend of ours.
You weren't. You didn't come to Flutter Europe, so that's where I first met Majid at Flutter Europe.
I had to. I had to cancel on that one.
Me and Salih were doing interview recordings at Flutter Europe for this channel. I think it was at the time.
I thought you were at Vikings. Wasn't Vikings before Europe? Or no?
No. Yeah, Europe was way before. Europe was 2019, I think.
No, Europe was 2019. Okay, wow.
Europe, yeah. A long time ago. It's funny.
There was another one recently. I think the guy got crossed up.
That was FlutterCon in Berlin. Anyway, so anyway, and during the Flutter Europe thing, Midget came up to me and was like, "Can I do anything to help?" I was like, "Sure, you can help out. Can you do this? Can you go find this person? Can you do that? You know, whatever it was." And he was helping us out, and we were all suddenly pitching and doing all the recordings, and it, it went really well, and that was thanks to Majid. So,
yeah,
we did what we could.
Yeah,
if I can find a picture of that. What's next?
Architecture question, as always. Want to learn about architecture and Flutter, MVC, blah blah blah. Sorry, I'm blah blah blahing because we've all heard this one a bunch. And the strange thing is with Flutter, the easiest way to put it is Flutter gives you so much freedom you can create any architecture you want. The bad thing is Flutter gives you so much freedom you can hang yourself at the end of a rope and it will not stop you. It's usually it's what I've seen is usually one of 3 different types of architecture. One is the block Redux type setup. Another one is by packaging by feature, and the other one's packaging by type. But, and you can use whatever you want, but the main thing is it needs to be something that works well with a reactive paradigm, and not all architectures do. Next, more in depth here from the experts.
Oh, see if anyone can spot their faces. Hang on, this. Does anyone remember this? This is Flutter Europe. This is.
Oh wow, Emily Fortuna.
By me. There I am. I just found myself there. Yeah. There's a lot of people. There's 500 attendees, I think.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It's good times.
That's creepy. I thought I just saw one of them go from a closed mouth to a smile in the picture.
Someday I'll start being in pictures again. Someday I'll be in pictures again.
Anyway, so you're asking about what was it? Architecture.
Yeah, I gave the high level overview. Now we're going to get into the weeds. You guys take it.
I mean, best developer for that. as long as you're consistent, you know where everything it is, and it works for you. That's it.
Do what you know.
Do it like that. All these patterns and things. I think the problem here is a lot of these patterns are to get around, give you ways to use, to work with the inbuilt system, right? So what I mean by that is when you look at MVC, that was the whole model view controller pattern was there to deliver, originally from what I remember, web pages, right? There was a lot of
small talk. Small talk. It's always
I remember from way back when it was web pages, and a lot of the reason why that pattern was chosen for things like PHP and so on was because it made sense in that the way that you did things with PHP, right? Now the end result of that being a view or something you display. And you could do that entire thing, you could do the entire thing with Flutter, right? You can have you have your model, you can have a controller adjust your model, produce a view, and then that view ends up being a widget tree. There you go. And then you can just dump that into return that from a build function, and you've got yourself MVC, right? It doesn't really make much difference what you choose to do. And I think this is the thing that, as Scott was saying, Flutter is great because it's so flexible, but it's also its downside for beginners because it's so flexible. You have lots of choice. You can do whatever you want, and this is a barrier to entry in terms of beginners trying to pick something up because they don't know where to start. So there is some great. We've mentioned this before, but Code with Andrea. He's done some great stuff on. What was it? See if I can find it.
He has an architecture. I got the URL if you need that.
You got it. Pop it in the chat.
It's there. It's in chat.
Perfect.
And it's in public chat.
Oh, great! Even better.
Yep.
No, it's the one. Yeah. So he's this one with Riverpod, but he's done. I think he did a couple more in there in terms of how to what was it by type or by feature and
that article was an extraction of his longer paid course, and he does also have articles on feature first. I mean, like the layout as opposed to just architecture, because those are sort of orthogonal problems. How do you organize it once you have it? But also, but also just what actually is running. Who calls what and when and for what purposes. That's the architecture I think that the original questioner here was asking about.
All right. Well, I mean, we've talked to this a lot. I don't think we need to carry on anymore.
Yeah.
There's lots of resources you can find online. All right. What's next? How to use Python code in Flutter without
convert it to Dart.
I mean,
it's simple. I bet there's chat services that you could paste Python code in and say, "Give me this as Dart."
Yeah, there might be.
Well, it looks. I tell you what I just found. I just literally stuck Python into pub and found Python FFI.
Yeah, there's that.
Right. I mean, the thing is, Python's an interpreted language. I'll show people what I'm looking at here. Hang on, let's bring it up. See if I can get this up on screen.
I'm trying to understand, why would people want to put Python into a Flutter program?
Oh, there's many reasons.
They've already got it written. They don't want to rewrite it.
ML and AI all seem to love Python. So there's lots of examples in Python, lots of interfaces.
Right. Okay. So you're talking a lot of back end stuff, not trying to write your usual.
No, not the UI and all that stuff. Yeah.
It could be. If the OP comes back and says more about the application area, we could probably add it as a question.
And initialize the Python runtime, prepares Python module for import, prepare a Python module for use.
Yeah. Name,
Python source entity, Python source file. So.
Oh, is this the
source file? So yeah, you can. It looks like it has mechanisms for loading Python code.
Yeah.
And then it looks like you can actually call Python functions and do various other things. But I've never used it. But something like this would probably be where want to go. Look at this example. Oh no, it's a 404.
No, I never learned Python. I still kind of stare at it and go, I wonder why people are using it. So it's like Perl's better.
Let's have a quick nosy. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I need to start learning it for AI.
Yeah, I'm just going to let AI make the stuff for me. I'm not going to learn Python. I'm going to have it spit out the Python.
Well, this is it.
Obviously, it gets a lot of its own examples correct because it's been trained on its own code. So,
This is interesting. So looks like this is all .g.darts, like generated code.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a lot of like here's like the Python. Here's the Python, and then this is the code that's been generated in Dart. So you can just call like a Dart getter for A, and it'll get the A attribute out of the data class in Python. So it's like nice wrappers that can be generated to interact with existing Python code. It's pretty cool. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of ways, but the question is like why? I'd ask the OPC, why are you trying to do Python code? For what reason? All right, I guess what's next? You're muted, Scott.
Got scruffling around looking for the button to push. There we go.
I've also got a dog going on in the background here. Can we append text to a text field in a widget test without replacing the previous text? Enter text seems to replace the previous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just get the text property and update the text property.
It depends on the text property, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I think the problem here is enter text. It's probably more of two things, right? One is like, when you tap on a field, it's selecting the contents of the field. And then enter text is the same as like enter. If I remember right, it's the same as entering keyboard keys. If I remember right. So, yeah. But yeah, you can do that. There should be no reason why you can't.
It just goes through as if you were typing, right? It just feeds it in one at a time, and you get the unchanged firing and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would just be easier to take the old text and have it as a variable and then concat whatever you want to add.
Okay, so look, it literally shows you here. So let me just show you. Let me just bring this up. Here you go. So this is the enter text method on test text input. It's the method that you were just saying you're using. And here's the implementation. Update editing value, and there you go. So you can get the current editing value and get the text field, and then you can then just append the text, and you're done. That's it. It's called update editing value instead, right? And you can get the current text editing value.
You're cheating, Simon. You're using the documentation. You're not supposed to do that. You're just supposed to know all this inherently.
Right.
People will start getting the idea they can do this at home and not have to talk to us.
Even the FAA allows a pilot to bring as many books as they want for their exam.
Yes. Yeah.
It does actually say this is used to inject text when there's a real IME connection, for example, integration test library. There's a risk it will become confused with the constant. I don't know, have a play around. But I'm curious what you find, but there should be no reason why you couldn't just update the current editing text. Get the current value. This is the input itself. So this is faking. To be clear, this text input is the mechanism inside Flutter for communicating with the IME or input method, and that's like the soft keyboard, or it could be like a little touchpad or whatever else, right? And these are all the different functions that simulate those actions for testing. So anyway, let's go back.
So I take it we're moving on.
Yep.
Yeah. Unless there was anything else to add. I mean,
I've never really thought about this. How to show a web in a web.
Sit.
I mean,
Isn't that a web view? Isn't that a web view?
Yeah,
so I mean, you can just set up an element. So I think the problem here a lot of people have is the Flutter. What's the Flutter library? Flutter Web Plugins library. That's the one. So let me see if I can bring this up. So this was built into this package was added to the Flutter SDK itself, which means that when you add it to your pub spec, it has to be this SDK Flutter, like you do with Flutter Test and Flutter Localization and the other ones, right? But anyway, this package contains the ways of interacting with the system, including registering. Well, it used to be. I'm going to find it's not just changed now or something. I'm pretty sure it was in here. They moved it. They moved it on me.
Eventually, Simon will look. Eventually, Simon will look.
What? No. It's not that I care about. Trust me. This
Okay. Sorry.
So this is basically
doing my job.
Platform. Oh. I forget the way you do it, and I'll have to dig it out, and I will in just a minute because I have some code for it. But you can basically register a platform view, which returns back an iframe element, and then on a web page, it will then embed that element into the web page for you, and that's how you can embed an iframe in a Flutter web application. And dig out some code if you want to bring up the next question.
Alrighty. Let's see here. Riverpod is working great. Randall? No, Remy. But now we need to save this state to local storage or Firebase. Any best practices? Is there something like hydrated block?
I already answered it 2 timelines later in the chat. Basically, there's nothing built in, but it's trivial to add a ref listen self to note every time the provider changes, and then put that on backing store, as well as in your build, go fetch to see if there is a cached value and initialize it with that cached value. Very simple. A couple lines of code in both places. Actually, it's all inside your build method. And you can what people have been doing is they've been adding mix-ins that they can drop into various providers, so they can have one mechanism across everything. And because Remy put those hooks in there deliberately for things like this, there hasn't been a formal solution out of the Remyverse to actually address this. Instead, you're sort of expected to write the 5 lines of code on your own, because it's going to be very specific to your back end service. So yes, it's easy to do. Yes, it's been done. I think I even published a screencast that included something like that for saving and loading time of day for a stamp. Maybe I didn't, or maybe I'm thinking about doing that. Maybe that's still on my list of 240 ideas that I'm supposed to be publishing soon. But the Riverpod is trivial. Just put the hooks in on building and updating.
I found it. I found where they moved it.
Oh, okay. Take the floor, Simon.
Sorry, I was just running around there and it was bugging me. Now I found it.
I yield my time to the back. Yes. I've heard way too much of that recently.
So apparently, I didn't even know this existed. So this is how much I've been paying attention recently. So you've got Dart UI, which is the input normal UI package, and there's UI Web. And now this exposes
UI Web? No.
And then this this exposes all those things I was just talking about now, including what's called the platform view registry. So down here, there's like asset manager, various other things you can use, but platform view registry, and then you can call this register view factory function. And then this actual the function that you're registering can actually return back a HTML DOM element, and then that can be an iframe. So a good example of this, if I can find it, pardon me. Maybe we could actually do an example of this if people are interested. Yeah, I could dig out an example perhaps, and then people can see how you use it. But it is just a few lines. Nothing critical. I actually did do one for an iframe some time ago. Let's see if I can just dig this out 1 second. So this is going to be pretty jank, but you can do this kind of thing. Let's see if I can get this going. Stop share. Maybe just, I tell you what, we'll do this. We'll fiddle around with this in some live coding later. Let's carry on. People interested, we'll get some feedback. If you're interested, let us know, and we'll fiddle around with some live coding on it later.
Alrighty. I dug up a web page on this next one here. I'm implementing something like Instagram Reels, but it's taking too much time to load. I'm using a video player. Can you help me figure out how to load the video or like a stream? What's better and how? Okay, so it sounds like you're trying to load an MP4 entirely before it starts. And really the correct way to do something like this is with HLS.
You might need to zoom in a bit.
Yeah. There's HLS streaming. And
it's also MPEG Dash as well.
Yep. In short, when you transcode a video into HLS, it will make a bunch of different videos at different bit rates. And what's going to happen is you're going to end up with a, what is it, manifest.mu8?
M3U.
M38. Or MU38.
M3U as well.
M3.
Yeah, go on.
So anyway, what it's going to do is it's going to monitor your user's bit rate and their traffic. And it will adjust the file that it gives them in real time, depending on their bit rate. So this can be playing the 4K file 1 minute. And then if the user's bandwidth takes a hit, it'll drop it down to 1080 or 720 or even 480. And in that way, it will keep things playing. And instead of your user getting stuck waiting, they're actually just going to see differences in the quality of the picture. But that's beyond your control. That's their connection. But that's really the main way a lot of folks do it. And I will put this in the chat. This is just one article about it. There are a great many. And if you need to set it up, there is a terraforming script that will set you up with a lot of this in Google Cloud. So it makes it really, really easy. So put that link in the chat right now. Anybody else?
There's I mean, there's also you can actually play MP4 files direct, but there have to be there's a section to MP4 file called the move header, MOOV, and that has to be that has to come before the rest of the video file. So what happens is, as the player downloads that, as soon as it downloads that header, that contains the indexes of where in the bit stream the various time codes are. And then giving you that information, it means the user can then scrub and without having to download the entire thing. It also means it doesn't have to download as much of the video to actually get first frame as well.
There's an additional step, because I just answered this for somebody on one of the chats. I forget where, on Discord or something. You have to have a server that understands range.
Yeah.
And Shelf out of the box doesn't, but there is a Shelf static file server plugin for Shelf that knows how to do that. I think that's already in place for things like Dart Frog and Serverpod.
Yep.
But you have to make sure if you're building a standalone Shelf thing, that you have to add that Shelf static in order for ranges to work, and then everything works. It was just that simple for me to solve this for somebody.
Honestly, I was just looking around here. Like, yeah, there's tons of things around like fixing, fixing move headers as well, and there's lots of tools out there that you can use to fix the headers of your MP4 files as well, because they could become corrupted. Turns out, apparently, FFmpeg can do it. So I've literally just Googled this and up this came, and I'll bring this up. I'll stick this in the stream for anyone that's interested. But let's see, bring it up. There you go. So basically, this is just saying copy the input video file and the audio and video, copy them straight across, but then adjust the move flags so it's fast start, which basically means put the move header at the beginning. That's the fix.
Cool. Yes.
All right. Yeah, I mean, video streaming, the reason why these streaming services exist is because it's not easy. Like transcoding media takes time and costs money, and then you've got to store multiple versions of it and everything else. If you want to protect it, that's another thing. You may have to live encrypt and live decrypt, and there's lots of other funky
Hard
things.
lesson learned. If you are playing through Vimeo and you want digital rights management, it has to be hosted on Vimeo. They don't really say anywhere until you talk to customer service that if you store your video on your own machine, then they cannot give you digital rights management, and anybody with the URL can just look at your video. So yeah, the only way they can do DRM is if you pay them to host it.
Which is the same for a lot of these services. I mean, which is understandable because it takes up runtime, right? It costs every time you play to do that kind of stuff. So, you either run your own servers and do the tech yourself, or you pay someone else to do it. All right. What's next?
All righty. Let's see. Where is we? Some packages just don't work in web. How can you use those features? Find ways around it. I mean, it's everybody else is in the same boat, man. For
write your code, right?
Now, hang on. No, for payment integration, it should definitely be available for web. We've done it. Either that or what were we using, Simon? Was that a web view from Stripe?
What was this? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Payments in web.
Yeah. Depends on what package they're using and stuff.
You can actually use the browser's inbuilt payment feature.
Yeah.
There you go. There's actually, I mean, the thing is, it's all going to be, wherever you choose, it's all going to be, again, a third-party integration, right? Mm. But the browser, so for things like pay inside, Safari and Chrome, and it also supports paying your mobile using your mobile stuff. It's actually inbuilt into the browser API, and you can actually call that directly from Flutter for Flutter Web, using the standard Dart HTML package. In fact, the Dart Web package is where what you should be using now. For those that you don't know, there's a package called Web. Let me bring this up on screen here.
Be interesting to know what package they're using. Like Stripe supports web, so it must not be Stripe. It must be something else.
Yeah, but still,
I
you might have to do Dart bindings.
An example, and the question is more so that there are a lot of things that don't work on the web.
Well,
actually, I mean, there are a moderate number of things. There used to be a lot.
Yeah.
Hang on. Some packages not develop web applications. How to use this? I don't know what you mean by that, but I can tell you now. Everything that you can do in JavaScript on web, you can do with Flutter Web and Dart. There you go. Simple, right? There's no limitation there. So when it comes to the Dart package, this has been available, which is Dart HTML, which allows you to access the inbuilt components of the browser, and one of those is I think it's payment. I think this is a payment manager, if I remember rightly. Got to remember what it was now. But the one time it's not that one. Hang on. Payment request event. Actually, maybe it is. I'm trying to remember. You basically send a payment request. Yeah, shipping address. Can make a payment. Show. There we go. Is that the one? Yeah. So you build this payment request object, and then you do show, and that will then request the browser to, and you get a payment response. And then this will give you the payment, payer's email, phone number, whatever shipping information they've asked to give you. Then once you've made your payment, you have to complete that payment to let the browser know that it went through successfully. It didn't go through successfully, the payment. This API, the payment request API, is actually part of it's all documented as part of there you go, there, payment request MDN. There you go. So I'll pop this in. This is the concept in browser. It tells you what you need to do, how you detect if the browser supports it, shows the payment request, and then whether the user can make this type of payment, and then finally in the response, it should be on this function here, hopefully. You get you have to tell it, what the amount is, what they need to display, what the browser needs to display to the user, tell them how much, and then in the response, you get back the relevant information about their card that they want to use or whatever. Where is it? No, mine I can't find it. Anyway, it's in there. You can dig through and find it yourself. But this is the payment request API. So I'll pop this in the chat. The other side of this is that instead of using the Dart HTML package, which we're just exploring, what you want to be using instead is what's called the web package. This is going to be the replacement for Dart HTML once it's finished. It's still in progress, but it's ready for you to use. Then you got this package intended to replace Dart HTML. And as part of this, the new generated code should have payment request and payment response. But this has actually got extensions with basically it's a more direct way of actually communicating with the browser. I won't go into the details of it all, but they have payment ID, payment item, currency amount. So yeah. You can perform those same things with package web, basically. All right.
And Pradeep, I do know that if you go through and use Stripe, it has
Stripe. By the way,
it has a bunch of options for like PayPal and things like that.
I'll give an example here though. You use Stripe. Stripe is doing all the back end work with the payments provider. This is just a browse thing. This is just collecting the information. You still need to supply it to a back end provider, but this allows you integrate with the browser better. Stripe, for example, already does this for you. So the Stripe client SDK, you can use the JavaScript package and bindings for that. I think there's already some Stripe packages already on Pub, but you can use those, and it will automatically call this API with the browser, send it off to Stripe, get back the record for the transaction, and then you can present it to the user.
Okay. Next. Does Flutter need CSRF tokens in forms like other popular frameworks? Since I've never heard of such a thing in 5 years, I don't even know what they are.
So, hey, a minute. Cross-site request forgery is CSRF, what it stands for. Basically, it stops people from back in the days of the interwebs 1.0. You would have forms, and you fill out those boxes of those forms, and you press the go button. It sends it off.
Was this before or after Netscape 4?
This sends it off. This will send it off to Randall's favorite language.
To a Perl program. It was sent off to, because those were all Perl back then.
And then it would take those details, store them in a database or whatever it needs to do, and then fire off an email using SendMail, and then. And then away we did. That was how the internet worked. The problem here is that a third-party website could submit your form and not be the first-party client looking at your web page. Instead, they could be pretending to be doing the same service that you offer, but in fact they submit your form behind the scenes and essentially do a request forgery. So they're essentially forging the request from their client, pretending to be a browser when they're not. This still happens today. This is nothing new. So CSRF, the idea about CSRF tokens is that when a request is made from the browser, it sends back a custom token in that one instance of the form. So you actually need to make the request in the first place to get that token, to then submit it with the form, and it can validate it. It's to basically stop people from doing this sort of forgery of requests. It's not great. It doesn't work all that well, to be fair. It's just an extra hump to get over, and it has its place, but equally, there's not CSRF is something that's applied on the server side. It's nothing to do with the client side with Flutter. So when you talk about other popular frameworks, you're talking about web frameworks for the server side, things like various PHP frameworks and such like, and that's an entirely different thing. But if you wanted to, I'm sure you could easily add CSRF. It's not difficult. I don't even know if there's a pub package. There might be a pub package. Have you checked? CSRF found me nothing on a first search, but I don't see any reason why you couldn't simply add something simple with cookies with shelf if you want to do it on the back end. Literally a few lines.
Probably.
You make a request for the web page. You generate a random string. You store that in the cookie. You send back the cookie to the browser. That cookie is encrypted. And then when the request is made from the form, the browser sends the cookie along with that request. And then the form has to contain the same random key that was submitted inside the cookie. And if it doesn't, it denies the request with a 400. Done.
Sure, there's an RFC for CSRF.
There's tons of documents. There's tons of examples of how to do this yourself. This has been around for ages.
CRFP, maybe. If I spell it right, it might be.
I don't know if there's an RFC for this, but it's not. Honestly, if I could just search PHP cookie CSRF form, I'm sure how can I use session cookies as a CSRF token? Stack Overflow. Bomb.
Oh.
Modern PHP CSRF protection examples with PHP forms library. Look, you could just go look at the source code of one of these things and see how it's done. It's not difficult.
Now, remember, you never find bad information on Stack Overflow.
Or with Google.
Or
ChatGPT or Bard or any of those.
Yeah.
There you go.
Everything is perfect.
Or your Uncle Bobby. Yeah.
And we never lie. We never give bad information here.
So literally just Googled it, and here you go, similar thing. So it's got a key from session, which is the cookie in PHP. Hashes some random value, sticks that in the cookie, and then when it sends back the form, it's going to send that back with the key, whatever it generated, and then when it was submitted and loaded in, it will then compare that key and verify it somewhere down here.
Okay, and we're gonna. Sorry, I was just noticing we're gonna cut questions right now because we have about an hour's worth of questions still, and we're already an hour into the stream.
Yeah, we want to do some live coding as well.
Right.
Yeah,
anyway.
This is I cannot make this a 4-hour day. Sorry.
Come anyway, let's go.
What is the array limit in Dart or Flutter? Well, and number one, it would be in Dart. That's the language. Number two, there is an alarm for this. Okay. And when the alarm goes off, you know you've reached the limit. It's called Stack Overflow. No.
There is no array limit. There you go. No, it's a memory limit.
It really is Stack Overflow at that point.
Yeah.
But, or memory, out of memory error, actually. So, if you're not hitting an out of memory error, you're good.
Keep adding. Yep.
I've got apps that have done Dart applications done processing, and they've easily gone up to like 4, 5, 6 gigabytes of RAM.
By the way, if you make a really huge array like 10 gigabyte, be sure to use bubble sort. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that bad information?
You can if you want to.
First,
Somebody's going to come
Well,
next week with a
okay.
question about using bubble sort with a 5 gig
Yes.
array.
yeah, nice.
God.
Come on.
Why does it
That's
take
like,
so long?
start it
How
now,
come it's
then
not
go
working?
have
Yeah.
lunch.
How do I speed it up?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Next. Push the buttons. Next.
All right. Is Fuchsia going to die? In essence.
Mm.
We're not Google.
Nobody-
First of all,
nobody
caveat:
Yeah.
none of us work for Google.
Yeah, we don't work for Google. But one thing I happened to notice, there was a lawsuit between Oracle and Google, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. It was an argument over $9 billion. So that's why it went all the way up.
I think it
Google
came down
won.
to like 10 lines of code.
Yeah, it was something pathetic. But point being, during this whole mess, it became apparent that if Oracle won, then Google would want to get away from Java because it was about Java, which means they would need a language they control, Dart, on a framework they control, Flutter, on an operating system they control, Fuchsia. Well, what happened was they won the lawsuit. So this was not really necessary anymore. People got transferred away from the Fuchsia team. Things really slowed down there. However, Dart and Flutter kept going strong because there are so many customers and so much of Google's internal stuff now runs on Flutter. They're not going to let that slow down. Fuchsia's alive, but really slow, and it is open source. So if you want to contribute,
Flutter itself is not so Flutter itself was not made for Fuchsia. It was selected by the Fuchsia team because it already existed and it's owned by Google, right? Just to be clear on that point. But the side of this is maintaining, as John will tell you from his company he works for, maintaining an operating system and running that whole thing is not a small task. It is a behemoth of a project, and but there are some interesting things that you can do at certain levels, and that is things like something that Fuchsia did was generate a secure kernel environment that had never been done the way that Fuchsia has done it, and it is revolutionary still, and it always will be. And I think that they'll probably still seeing use of that. But Fuchsia as an overall operating system, like there's never going to be like Fuchsia with its own UI, with its own thing that's going to try and supplant Linux and Windows. I don't see that happening. But technically speaking, Fuchsia itself may still go on to exist as part of Android and part of other systems that Google run, because it's a worthwhile system to have in place under the hood. Yeah, that's why I go with that. But that's again our opinions, right? Do you have an opinion on this, John?
No, I'm living in the operating system fund these days, working on features in Windows. So yeah, it's.
I know somebody who was on the Fuchsia team we all do. I mean, Craig was on the Fuchsia DevRel a few years ago, but he has quite a while ago switched to Flutter now.
Yeah.
And I asked him about it. I think it might have been last spring, and he had been out of touch, so wasn't quite sure. But I know it still exists. They have really cut the resources, but if you want to contribute, it is open source, and I'm sure they would love the help. So I do have one question that is kind of out of order real quick. You know, is it true that being wasted increases productivity? I would definitely say no for me, but I imagine it's a personal preference thing.
Yeah, I definitely.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say yes. I've heard from a few engineers about coding sessions that they've just whipped out entire parts of products without remembering doing it. Because so it can work. For some people, it can work.
I mean, some people that could be just because of sleep deprivation, but
That could be too.
I really have, and I don't want to encourage anybody, but I really have heard of people coding while high. And basically, I think the reason for that is they become so tunnel visioned. Their whole world is what's in front of them, and they don't have any concept of any. I mean, the house could be burning down. They won't notice.
They're in the zone. They're in the zone.
They're in something, but I don't know if it's a zone. Twilight Zone. All right.
Next.
Could you share your thoughts on caching mechanisms behind the Instagram application? Isn't it closed source?
No, there's some stuff that was. This was more about request caching. I think there was some articles around this recently. They have a engineering blog. Hang on, see if I can find it. I've personally not read it yet. It's been on my reading list for a while. Let's see if I can find the article we're talking about here. Making Instagram.com faster. Is that the one? No, 2019. I'm sure this was a more recent one. 2016. No. I'm sure there was. I'm pretty sure there was an article recently. I don't know where it was, but yeah. Was it scaling Instagram? Anyway, I mean I think maybe ask to suggest us the mechanism or somewhere where you can read this and we can give you an opinion if you really feel like it. But yeah, I mean, in general, big data is what we call it, and it's a big problem and it's very complicated, and requires whole teams of people to deal with it. I mean, when you've got enough requests coming in a second, you have to, like, let's say, I can't remember what it was. I think Discord. What was it I saw recently? It was like Discord. Let me see if I can find this here. Hang on. I think I know where I saw it. See if I can bring this up. It's quite interesting.
Oh, so he posted a follow-up.
I did.
It looks like he's basically just saying his network's on. He closes the application, and when he reopens it offline, he wants to still have some of the content. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah,
you just need to store your data locally.
Just have local cache.
Yeah. There's lots of ways.
.io, open up a file. Open up a file. Save out your model that you downloaded, your JSON, what you got from the server. Stick in a file. When the app starts up, load it again.
Or if you've got a Hive or ISAR or something, you can just dump the data into that and reload it. You just need a lot.
You can use
checking if you're online.
You can use more advanced technologies like PowerSync, which lets you actually have real offline transactions as well as online transactions, and they sync up again when they connect to each other. So that's just that kind of possibility.
I do that in a couple of my apps where, I just cache the JSON locally. And if I start up without any connection, I load the current, or if I fail to load, I pull whatever's cached and use that until I
that actually ties into what I was talking about earlier with doing that with Serverpod too. So you could actually have, Serverpod providers that are keyed by something. And if you wake up and it's not there, it'll go fetch it. But otherwise, it uses what it already has in backing store, where the backing store is local.
Yep. And you can get fancy and tell users, hey, I'm using cache data because you're offline or whatever, just so they know. But I mean, it's that simple. There's not anything fancy.
These are solved computer science problems.
Yeah. When we keep.
Yeah, was it?
I always find it. I find it odd sometimes when I come up with some problem. I go, "This has to be a solved problem already." And sure enough, I Google, it's been solved over and over again. It's like, okay, I just need to have gotten out a little bit more often to see that. Yep. Did you Google it first? Yes, indeed.
Just ask Chat
Indeed.
GPT.
And you're muted, of course, because you must have dog sounds or something. Yes.
3D printers are handy.
Yes, 3D printers are handy. I need to go find a soundboard so I can get some dog sounds here too.
Oh, there you go. We can on the background just randomly.
Where's my soundboard? I got soundboard. I got Farragut or something from Rogue Amoeba. Really good stuff.
I tell you what, is Simon still looking, or are we moving to the next one?
So I was just going to say, we can move to the next one, but I will mention that I was just looking around here. Some of these things, like when you go look at some of the, honestly, go look around. Let me see if I can bring this up here. For example, here, Discord's engineering blog, engineering and developers blog here. How Discord handles 2.5 million concurrent voice users using WebRTC. Really interesting articles like this, like you know. And how they do all this kind of stuff, and like this is lots of the big tech companies do have engineering blogs, right? Lots of the big applications have engineering blogs, and we'll tell you about how how they're doing various things, and it can all be very helpful. So yeah,
there's a motivation behind it too. Besides just wanting to share, it's also a great way to recruit, because you can start saying, here's the technologies we're using, and if I'm interested in that particular technology, maybe I'll go apply at Instagram or Discord or whatever.
Yeah. How Discord stores trillions of messages. Trillions of messages.
Fairly good. The RTC they're a little iffy on, so I don't know if you'd really follow all the rules there, but RTC seems to work about half the time. Yeah.
Yeah, Cilia DB. There's like web scale. There's like global scale databases now.
Yeah,
which are like the new rage. But
is it web scale? Is it web scale?
Global scale. No, I mean, what they called.
I know. No. I'm just thinking of that.
Cilia DB is one of those like global scale database solutions, which are just like ridiculously big. Anyway, that's an understatement.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. This is the thing. Like most people are we start getting with these numbers. You start going into like literally physical hardware bandwidth limitations, right? Like you talk about like the request per second and everything else. It's just having enough bandwidth in your hardware, in your network, and everything to push them out of data around that you need to at these scales is just phenomenal. We don't appreciate it at all, as not just I think as like front end developers, but definitely as like just people online. Yeah.
Well, and at the same time, it's like this course I had in the Navy. They gave us an assignment to do. It took all weekend for my lab partner and I. We basically gave up halfway through Sunday. And we go into class and we're like, we couldn't finish it. And the instructor's like, no one ever finishes it. It's impossible to do in a weekend. And they said, now walk over to the machine, push the switch and get your finger off before the light lights up, which is at the end of the program. We knew that was the result. You couldn't get your finger off. And the point of the lesson was to show how fast a computer is, that it processed all of that information before you could get your finger off, and you couldn't do it in an entire weekend. So, and now Simon's talking about, the amount of data. I think if you ever truly comprehended the amount of data, your mind would break.
Look at this. So several months later, after they've done all this stuff, we're running. We were going from 177 Cassandra database nodes to just 72 Cilia DB nodes. Each node has 9 terabytes disk and up to an average of 4 terabytes per Cassandra node. Blah 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 blah. The tail latencies also improved drastically. For example, fetching historic messages, 99 percentile, between 40 to 125 milliseconds on Cassandra to down to a chill 15 milliseconds.
Whoa, nice.
That's huge.
Nice.
Message insertion performance going from 5 to 70 milliseconds. That's a huge, wavering difference, by the way. That is not good.
Yeah.
Down to a steady 5 milliseconds.
Wonderful.
That's some, when you've got spikes, when you've got like a spike that just doubles your time at that scale, that's just the numbers just blow out of all proportions really quickly at that scale. Anyway, I remember working on a project, some app projects quite some time ago, and we'd send out push notifications, and we couldn't work out why the system was going down quite regularly. Turned out we'd send the push notifications out all at once to like gajillion people, and of course everyone goes click. And we just DDoS ourselves every single time we send a push notification. So you would end up staggering the push notifications over a longer period of time, randomly choosing different period offsets on the hour for different user base and so on and so forth. So you can actually essentially get a random distribution of users hitting the services over a period of time. But again, like just that, it's even that pure number, like you're talking about, you'd send 10,000 notifications per request. It's like huge number.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, what's next? Let's see. I've been having difficulties understanding different types of inherited widgets in Flutter.
I have been doing Flutter since 2017, and Simon can tell you I still can't get my head around inherited widget. All right. There are two types of people: those who feel inherited widget is intuitive and understand it in less than 5 minutes, and those who will never figure it out if given 5 millennia.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just one of those things that it clicks or it doesn't.
I think most people don't realize there's an extra level, right? The inherited widget just does the notification. It doesn't actually hold on to the value, essentially. Basically another widget to wrap your inherited widget. It's never a top level widget in itself. And that I think once you get down to your belt in terms of understanding inherited widget, then it all becomes quite straightforward. Practice.
If we have time at the end of the show, we could probably demonstrate that, but we're trying to get through the questions still.
Yeah.
Come on.
Let's get through the questions.
10 more. Let's go.
Go. Home stretch.
All right. Let's see. Where is we?
Right, too late.
How do I make my Dart strong?
Send it to the to the
use
GM
strong
on the corner.
typing. Strong typing. Pound on your keyboard when you're typing. Strong typing. No?
Do you
No,
see this?
we're not. This.
Do you see these missing keys here?
Yeah.
Do you see that right there? That key is missing. And this key
That's from
is
strong
missing.
typing.
Yeah, all right.
Strong typing.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Right.
This is what happens when you take Randall's advice.
When you listen to me at all, it's not even taking my advice.
So
Having been in the same room.
they just want to learn Dart better, right?
And
Yes.
that's actually, I already looked something up on this one.
Okay.
There is.
I mean,
well,
General program.
this was pointed to. Sorry, I've got something that was pointed to on the Flutter website at one point. Oh, somebody got rid of my share. Why did you do that?
No one did.
You can just do what Simon does and read the Dart online docs like every night.
Right.
Just pray to the almighty dark gods every night. Just read a page from the manual every night.
I am trying to remember. I couldn't find the page again, but when I was searching around, I found a link to this on, I believe it was Dart.dev. I believe we're in the cookbook, and this particular course. I think. Nope, I don't know. Anyway,
Zoom.
So learn Dart 3 and Flutter. It's all broken down. Looks to be all free as far as I can tell. Hang on a second.
Is this a Google backed?
I don't know, but I saw the link somewhere that I trust. So I figured.
Well, Andrea, I just thought I'd check it out. Andrea's got a full, complete Dart developer guide course.
He does, but it only goes up to, there's collections and then one more after that. And I think it was about processing data.
Well, this has got quite a bit. Collections, command line, data processing, null safety, functions, advanced basics.
Right. And
classes,
the impression that I'm getting here is that maybe they
victims.
want to make it much stronger. With, in other words, really with logic, I think maybe you're getting to the point where you want to look at patterns.
Yeah.
Things like using records, which is what facade pattern, I believe.
I think, yeah.
I'm sorry,
But
not records, repositories.
I think the thing is, what you're looking for is general programming knowledge and expertise. Yeah.
Right.
Data structures
It takes
and algorithms in
time.
Dart. Yeah, head first design
Exactly.
plans. Both
The one on the right. Use the one on the
Screen grab.
right. And
Screen grab.
also
Yeah, hang on.
Well, you guys are talking.
Screen grab
Yep.
it.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
5 seconds.
There's a guy on YouTube who went through all the patterns in the book on the right, and you can find his videos right there. He is hilarious. A lot of fun to watch, and he goes through all those patterns in the Head First Design Patterns book. And he was making the videos while he was finishing his doctorates in computer science. So he graduated. He now has a PhD in computer science, which of course means he stopped making videos and went to go try to make money to pay off his student loans.
I think there's, I mean, a lot of the to get better at programming, you have to program, right?
Yeah.
Like you can read all this stuff, but I'm like reading about a design pattern is great. It gives you the name to give that pattern, but it doesn't show you how you should implement, when you should implement it. That all comes from just experience, that you just have to do it.
As I have said frequently, at least once or twice earlier on this show, I believe programming is both an art and a engineering. And that means that there is the engineering of programming you have to learn, which is how the language works, how the structures all work, patterns and all that stuff. But there is an art to it as well. And the artists learn art by first observing the masters, going in programming. That would mean read all the code you can, just stare at code for hours on end and just start to see the sort of way people put things together. And if you don't understand a construct, look it up. But then you start to mimic the great artists. That means try to solve the same problem and then see how you compare to their code. And then you can start developing your own variances and your own independent design. But you have to learn it like an artist does.
I want to give
and
an
that
analogy.
means you start with observing the masters.
When you said
and it's a lot easier if they comment it to tell you what's going on with a particular section of code.
Does help,
but that can give you something else that can help with that. And that is, most people don't debug code. Like, you can literally go, how does this work? Put a breakpoint in there, run the code, step through it line by line, see what's changing. Of course, that's what that does after that thing is doing that thing, and then you've learned something, right? But don't just guess, look at code, go, I should be able to read it, right? Like, no, actually run it, debug it,
and control click through it.
Yeah, but before I get off topic, something that Randall said just triggers something. Like, think about this, like, you can take lessons, like you know how to write, you know how to put words in front of each other, you know how to, like, but that doesn't make you a writer, right? Far from it. You need to go study other people's writing materials. You need to understand their intentions and how they laid out their material, how they decided to make the characters that the words represent, and all the rest of the kind of stuff that goes into writing. That is the artistic side of it. But the functional side of writing a book is laying out the words and putting them one after another and into that format. And these are the two separate pieces. Like, you can learn the typesetting, you can learn all that side of it, and not have to know how to write an actual story, all right? Or different type. And then it's the thing, there's different types of like storybooks media. You've got like fiction, non-fiction, sci-fi, whatever, fantasy, right?
Heroes,
different styles, right? And that's the same thing that happens in the programming world as well.
One other suggestion, though, is while you're doing all this, try to find somebody who's a lot more experienced than you, because I can't tell you how many times Simon has looked at my code and said, yes, it works just fine, but that's not how you're supposed to do this. Just because your code works and doesn't crash still doesn't mean that's the accepted method or the most the cleanest and most efficient.
I mean, I'll push back. I push back on that. It's not about necessarily about like having the cleanest, the best code. It's about showing that there's other ways and there's reasons why that other code might be more better in a certain situation. But again, like your code, like it's like seeing this, like you can write code and you can see it compiles, it will run, but when it runs, it doesn't function correctly, right? That's one side of bugs. That's statically it works, but dynamically it doesn't work, right? So that's the difference between sort of runtime and compile time. Right? Those two sort of differences. But then again, like there's ways that once that code, just to be clear, you can write code and it can work, but then that same code can maybe run 10 times faster if you make this little change. And these are the kind of things that, that thinking about comes with practice, right? That you realize that you can make these changes.
Well, there's a common, also comes with having somebody there to tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, there's a better way.
I was going to say there's a common pattern in transferring of art from one generation to the next, and that's apprenticeship. So feel free to find part-time mentors or hang out in an organization that's doing more advanced work than you're already capable of, and be sure to have those experts around you. And you can use us, weekly as part of that. But you really but I would recommend hanging out on the Discord, for example, and just throwing little ideas there a lot. Because there are smart people there that have gone over the hump that you're trying to climb still. And that sort of sharing of knowledge, sharing of intent and purpose is a great way to learn the art of programming.
And one last thing real quick. I'm sorry, but Robert does a tremendous number of videos. And he's really, really good. And he just did the same thing, or the one thing that you're never, ever supposed to do, Robert. Yeah. He has given away the secret. Okay. And that's the secret. Use Vim. Real
Emacs, damn it, Emacs. No, I'm joking.
Notepad.
I used to do Emacs.
That joke.
Don't
do it.
I'm VS Code now. Yeah.
To be honest with you, I still use Vim when it comes to command line or anything like that. But like when it comes to like an actual, integrated development environment, I just find it gets in the way. I did put a link in the chat to Dart Apprentice Beyond the Basics, which is a great book by CodeCo, and that also might help some people sort of moving on with their sort of journey. I think the thing is there's general practice information around programming, like concurrency, multiple threads. These are all things that are not language specific. These are not Dart specific. And the way that you gain this knowledge in terms of how your computer functions in front of you is stuff you get from not just one language or one platform. You have to look at a lot more than that. And you have to, so this is a question that is not Dart or Flutter centric, but more of go learn, C++, go learn C, go understand what these things are. How does your CPU work? All this kind of stuff, because sort of getting that general knowledge feeds back on itself, right? And you'll start like things from across the system will start interplaying with each other. Before you know it, you get a wider breadth of knowledge, and you can apply that in a lot more cases and categories.
It's also like why in learning Perl, I never bothered training anybody. I presumed everybody reading the book, even if they're starting with Perl from zero, knew what an array was and knew what a subroutine was, because I didn't want to teach those. And those are a couple of core principles that once you understand those, it's like, aha, this is how and why I would need this. And it just becomes natural then to use it everywhere you need to do that. But you have to get over that hump before they make sense, before the syntax would even be legible to you. And why do we have parameters for a subroutine? I don't understand. Why is that? You got to understand all
one
that
thing
stuff.
Serious and one thing on a very serious note. remember, code can be like a complex movie or a complex book. You will get one set of understanding. You'll see it in one way the first time you read it. Go back a week later, okay, after having seen some other things, and reread that code. And you're going to get a new understanding of it, because some stuff you'll be able to take for granted that you learned last week. And then you'll pick up on other stuff that made absolutely no sense because you didn't understand the context. But then you come back another week later, and now you've got the really beginner stuff and the sort of intermediate stuff. And then you'll be looking at this like, oh, wow, okay, that's what that meant. You go over the same piece of code 5, 6, 7 times, but you need to take breaks in between and go look at some other things. And on a not totally serious note, Robert, we know where to find you.
On the interwebs.
My clicker's not working.
Uh-oh.
I cannot click. What the heck just happened here?
Is he
You're
janky
delayed.
too?
Your net just went sideways.
Your net is really bad, by the way. Just
Yeah.
your video quality.
I think your dog's chewing through the cord.
Dog chewed through the cord.
Yeah.
My dog ate my homework.
Let's carry on.
Okay, next.
Keep going. Yeah, right.
This is the same one, or is this? No, this is the same one.
No, that's
that's
one we
the
just
same
answered.
one. Down
I think
one
this
more.
one was similar. I think it's the same person who asked the video question before, though, or maybe not.
Yeah, that we've answered. And
And
yes,
no
lots of
image and
questions.
video PDF takes too long to load. How to load it early? Then download it early. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Download
Download
them
before
back.
10 a.m.
My net
Before
is
10
really
a.m.
bad, by the
Always
way.
download.
Oof.
Always download before 10 a.m.
All right.
Yes.
We've gone through a couple of questions, don't worry.
To finish that other thought real quick,
Now,
Robert,
let's carry on.
we know where you live.
We moved on. We
Oh,
moved on.
we're moving on.
Yeah, we know where you live. Yes. Next.
Right.
All right. I want some native API calls for the wake lock functionality rather than using packages. I want to implement using Kotlin using a method channel. Why is this hard? You're trying to use a method channel in the native language of the OS, and you thought this was going to be easy?
Yeah.
It's not. I think generally all cross-platform when it comes to this is more difficult than you expect, because you've got to deal with multiple systems and multiple ways of doing things. It just overcomplexifies things. However, Flutter has it down pretty well, and this should be straightforward for you to do. I don't know what exactly you're doing, but we could definitely take a look at that. Have you been following the guides on how to do plugin development on
Flutter Dev?
On flutter.dev? Because there is some great pages and content on there.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find developing packages.
And I just put it in the chat. If I drop, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get back on. It's a mess.
Okay. Well, I'll pop that in the in the chat for people that haven't got the link. But that's there's also a great place. Let me see if I can dig this out. Bear with. I can never seem to find the page. This is the one we were just looking at, which was this is like the developing packaging plugins, which sort of goes through some of the basics. You don't need to, again, you can just use your app. You don't even need to have, federated plugins or anything else. This is all just like a recommendation. And this all, I do see your point. Like there is a lot of content in there, but there is actually, what's the section that actually has, I can never, platform integration. That's the one. Platform, right? Platform specific code. That is the page you want. That is the page you want. I'll pop that in the chat. So this is the bit that explains how you use method channels. And hopefully you've read this and how it works. But we can actually have a go with it. Go with this, and I can show you in a minute. But it is simply as add this one line to your app, and then inside your activity, just add the line to register the same code, which will be, here you go. Here's a good example here. Flutter activity, add the method channel registration, and that's it. You're done. You then just call the thing inside your Dart code, and it'll call this function inside your. And you can edit the Android folder. You just open it up in Android Studio. That's it. You've done it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
So you don't need to create packages. You don't need to do any of that stuff unless you want to. So yeah, hopefully it should be as difficult.
Code correct though.
Yeah.
The only caveat I noticed there's a great big note that says this runs on the main thread.
Yeah.
So be careful what you throw in there.
Yeah. But then that's why, we won't go there. That's a native thing. We'll no time. Anyway, right. Moving on. What's
Follow
next?
up.
3.16.8 just came out.
Well, I'll
New
show
Flutter.
you.
Install now. Install now.
Pro upgrade.
And there's the call. There's the call.
Somebody wants to know if he's going to Puro upgrade.
Did you get to it yet? Here goes. Yes, I'm running Pure Upgrade right now.
Whoop, sorry. All right.
And fix goals, my script. Yes, who's next?
Is it possible to write an application that will work on another application? For example, if I use the night screen, when I turn it on, the entire screen of my phone becomes dark. And it can work.
Yeah, there's a
night screen separate thing. Nights you can provide a night screen widget in your app on iOS in iOS 17. But that's maybe what they're asking about. Not necessarily what they're asking.
It sounds like what they're asking is they want to write, because that's an OS feature, right? When you turn on night screen, that's an OS capability, and that's why it shows
they're
over
also
all
saying
your
this
apps.
is an example, though, maybe not.
Right.
Wait, what? What is this?
And the first thing that comes to my mind is one app affecting another. Isn't that like what security is supposed to prevent?
Right. And I think that's why I say that the example that he's giving is turning on night screen. What does that do? Well, it dims all the screen. So everything that runs is going to be dimmed. It's not.
Yeah, but you actually.
Okay, there we go. Yep.
Yeah.
But you actually get notification from the operating system that it's going to that mode, and you can change your graphics accordingly.
Right. But I guess what he's asking, what they're asking is, can they write something that will do the same thing? And
anything you can do from iOS, you can do in a Flutter app. It just may be hard.
Same for Android.
That's because it's iOS.
Yeah. Go back to Vim.
iOS and Vim.
Yeah.
You're just trying to give us nightmares.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is it? Hang on. There's a way. Is it possible to write an application that will work with on other applications? Maybe on is the wrong here.
No.
With other applications, and the answer is yes. That's called a service.
No.
And so in Android specifically, you can expose a service from your application, and other applications can call functions on your service.
Maybe it would be better if you could give us an example of what it is you'd like to build that will do whatever you want it to do, and we can tell you if that's possible.
Right,
or
next.
advisable.
Right.
Yeah.
Damien. Hey, Damien.
Next.
Hey, Damien. Using nested scroll view with block consumer in the body. Rebuilding just the body, for example, from shimmer to list.
Mm-hmm.
When I scroll the sliver app bar, the sliver app bar is not snapping. Any idea what it can be? Snap and floating is true. So
it doesn't work with nested scroll view. There you go. Nested scroll view.
Widget.
It's complicated, and the answer is it's, if I remember right, it's very difficult to get to work. If you take a look at it, I do remember there's a particular couple of widgets that you're supposed to use with the nested scroll view with slivers, like a sliver absorb header. I think that's the one. But if I remember rightly, I always had pains with it working, and I don't know if it actually works fully. So maybe not have nested scroll view. It's a massive nested scrolling is always a massive pain, and just in general. Sliver overlap injector. Sliver overlap absorb handler. Yeah. If you remember rightly, it tells you here, it's probably what you're missing. Let me see if I can bring this up on stream. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a scroll view which uses a sliver overlap absorber to align its children, which shows use of the original class. So, yeah, this is have a look at like overlap absorber. Oh, apparently there's a link. That's interesting. Okay, works now. Yeah, this is the bit that you actually need to have a play around with. I would just go look at the nested scroll view and see what it actually mentioned around actually using, how this works. But I suspect that's what your problem is. The other one is don't bother with nested scroll view. Instead, now just use a custom scroll view with the new nested vertical group and horizontal groups, which does the same thing and will not cause you all this problem.
Well.
Don't use block consumer then. You don't need. Well, I mean, like you don't need to. The point here is like you can get a block straight from the context. You can just use a builder for that, or a layout builder or whatever. But I suspect what's happening there. Hang on, where you go?
So another happy customer.
Hang on, where was it? Animate list view. Don't do animate. That's the other problem. You cannot. So animate list view is stateful. It's not stateless. You can't treat an animated list view as a list view builder. The two things work completely differently. With an animated list view, if you want any change to appear on the screen, you have to run the state.show, I think it is, show item and hide item, so it can animate correctly. And it's imperative. It's not declarative by nature, which makes it completely different the way that you'd use any other widget in Flutter. Just don't. That's the answer to that one.
I really hate it when we have to give the Stack Overflow answer of I want to do X and people are like, don't. It's like I didn't ask you that. I asked you how to.
Right. Don't. Just don't.
Just don't.
Yeah. Let me just bring this up for people. So yeah, animate list. This would just animate list state can be used to dynamically insert and remove items. This is the key concept, right? That once you've built the list view with some items, right? You can actually build it with no items, and then you have to, whenever you want to insert an item, you have to call the insert function on the state. And when you want to remove an item, you have to click remove. And that's the only way it can know how to animate properly, right? And that's what you need to think about, to do this kind of effect. Which means that you can't just use a consumer, like you were just saying, a block consumer, because when the block consumer updates the UI, it will call the build method, and the build method goes, here's the new data. The list view has already got its own previous state, so it ignores that new state because you have to call insert or delete. Probably just avoid the animated list. And if you want to do animations, you can do it yourself. Just make the items animate.
If you posted a URL, it got cut off. Because unless you're an admin, you can't post a URL.
No.
Yep. Only us.
Yeah, so we can't see your URLs. Unfortunately, we're not ignoring them. We really can't see them.
Yep.
Alrighty then. How can I handle view model to view model communication without creating a spaghetti mess?
Use different kinds of pasta.
I mean,
I prefer the macaroni pattern.
Don't use spaghetti. Yeah.
I tell you what the problem here is that you're trying to do view model to view model communication.
No.
Yeah.
That's your problem. Don't do that. So the point here is you want them to communicate, but you need to communicate between layers, not communicate directly. So you're trying to have they need to be communicated indirectly. That's how you get clean code. So for example, the view model goes up to its controller or its repository or some other sort of higher level, and then the other view model can be registered to listen to those events that occur up here. And now you've got the two things communicating through an independent third party. That's how you create nice code. That's how you create an interface between these points. So you've not got direct implementations of low down sort of very fine logic communicating with each other, creating spaghetti code.
That's how you create lasagna and not spaghetti.
Yeah. Lasagna. Now there's
You
something.
need layers. You need to layer it.
You need layers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
layers,
bechamel and
yeah.
sauce and everything.
Scott just got it. He just caught up.
No, I'm sitting here thinking, isn't that what they call abstraction? So you can't see the layers underneath because the ones on top are
Too thick.
Well, in general, your entire computer system is built out of like layers upon layers upon layers. And
Simon's an onion or an ogre.
Yep.
He's got layers.
Sometimes it can drive you crazy though, trying to control click through all those layers just to find out one little thing.
Yeah.
The problem here is like here's the thing, right? If you didn't have, so we have like this. Think of it like an XY plane, right? You've got like you got your vertical and your horizontal, and if you had just laid out everything, it's like laying out. What's it say? To say if you had your was it the bodies, like your guts laid out, you go around the whole world once or something stupid like that. But there's that kind of notion of if you were to lay like the code out, it would just be so massive and so cover such a surface, you wouldn't be able to like locate anything, right? You need that extra dimension, you need that depth aspect to actually have the code function.
I will say, in directing at this particular architecture question, is that Andrea's presentation actually it seems to layer well for me. That views talk to controllers. Controllers never talk to each other because they're always about orchestrating a whole bunch of pages together, each individually. Controllers and views can talk to services. Services can talk laterally. Services are stateful, but they're only model. There's no data. There's no view data in there. That's all just model data. So the services are holding model data at with an observable state. They can talk to each other, and they can talk to the repos, and the repos might talk to each other, but that's rare. And repos then talk to backends. So that layering completely eliminates the notion of a view model for one thing. And I think that's a wrong model for Flutter because we already have reactive data systems given the way Flutter is built in as the core. But that's sort of the layering that I end up using a lot. And it seems to work pretty well to not have this question come up.
So I'm wondering if we've got... Oh, sorry,
so just briefly, the other thing about the whole view model thing, just to be clear. There's I mean, I've just literally just done a quick, and it brings up, it's a quick Google for DDD, domain driven design, and you'll get like lots of these sort of diagrams of application domain, infrastructure layer, database. You can pick any number of one of these sort of things where they show like there's communication, but the idea here is there's just layers, right? That there's clear definition between these things, and everything's not communicating between each of the, you have to go through a layer to communicate to the next layer. But the end of the day is again, like we're saying, like view model is there's actually it's a good concept because a lot of developers will only ever have one model in their application, like one layout of their data, which is probably wrong and to do that. And that is because there's many different ways that you want to use that data and many ways you want to interpret that data, in which case that's where view model comes in. The notion of a view model, that is a model that represents the data for the view. And what you might do is compose data from several different sources and have that generate a view model, which is then cacheable and in its entirety, and that is then presented to the UI for the UI to use.
I'd like to also show a little preview of the Wisdom of Robert, which you will see a lot more of next week when he comes on the show.
Yeah.
The world according to Robert. Okay.
I mean, it's interesting that like a lot. There's an interesting point. He just said, "Wait, what?" You should come on the show, Robert. You always had an open invitation. I think the thing is, most people are we say like you could build an entire Flutter Dart application in one file. That's the same with a lot of languages. Like there's no real separation. The only reason you have separation of files is because for organization of code, right? You just don't do that, right? You don't do that because you can't find anything. It's really hard to organize that code base, and I think it kind of comes back into this whole sort of like view model and layers and everything else. It's about code organization. Like you could do the same code in like in one function that you could do for the entire application effectively if you're talking functionally, whatever. But the point here being that that a lot of development is just moving code around. A lot of it is just moving it around and making it work.
Most of it is trying to figure out why it's not working
and interact better.
Figuring out what Simon wrote and why it works the way it does, and then replicate.
Interesting little story. There's this gentleman Simon and I call named Noah. Simon worked with Noah a long time ago, and when I was first learning, Simon left Noah and I alone in Zoom, which was a big mistake. And I told Noah, I was like, I'm really learning this stuff. It's really cool, but a lot of times I have trouble understanding Simon's code, and Noah jumps in and he says, no one understands Simon's code. I've known the man for 10 years and I don't understand his code. So yes, if you're studying code to see how the masters do it, don't use Simon's. Other masters can't even understand Simon's code. All right.
No, but I think
on.
there is definitely aspects to just to say this as well from a learning aid, refining your code, right? Like picking something and going, I'm going to keep changing this and refactoring until I think it's the best I can make, right? That is a great learning experience, right? And that is why I'd also recommend people try. All right, moving on.
And then there were two. Current Kotlin stable version is 1.9, but Flutter default is 1.7.1. We can change it manually, but why is it not 1.9 by default in Flutter? Because somebody hasn't caught up to it yet.
No one's updated the template, but also equally there may be some
compatibility.
Compatibility, yeah. Sorry. So there is actually a page on Flutter's.
Yeah, I'm like doing the update.
Well, they say they can change it manually. So if they change it manually and it works, that just tells me somebody.
Yeah, that just means it works. It doesn't mean it's compatible. Here you go. Required. There you go. So apparently, according to, let me bring this up on stream. No, this may be. Yeah, I mean, this is just some of the break and change notices, but required Kotlin version here. Required to build a Flutter app is required for Kotlin to be 1.5.3.1 or greater. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a lower version, it'll be a problem, and you can just update the version to whatever you want. There you go.
And speaking of this, I saw a question earlier. Maybe I missed it, but somebody was asking about the Flutter SDK version being any. Or I'm sorry, the minimum target version, I believe, was or something like that.
There was a question about the min target early on.
You
answer that one, Randall?
I'm wondering why is that still low enough that it's triggering the Firebase issue, or how any works on it.
But min is not min is correct. Well, there's no problem with that.
I get
there was.
It was very early. I don't know if it was one that.
I'm trying to remember too, because I used to have problems with that myself.
And the whole idea
with people asking questions now. We started the stream almost 2 hours ago. We're wrapping up answering the questions that were asked earlier. It's we need to go at some point. Sorry. All right. There are a ton of Bluetooth packages. What's the current standard for Android, iOS, and Windows?
Flutter BLE, I think.
I mean,
isn't that it?
I don't know about Windows actually.
I don't know.
Is that?
That's a point.
Apparently, none of us are doing Bluetooth with Windows, or we would know the answer.
Yeah, we haven't done Bluetooth enough recently.
Yeah.
Where's Matt Carroll when we need him?
Yeah, there you go. Is it Flutter?
Pardon me. Right. That's right.
There's one that was published 4 days ago, not for Windows.
Nobody cares about Windows on Bluetooth.
What?
Sorry, Microsoft person.
This is comes up. Yeah. So the Min SDK version 21.22. It's not strictly speaking. You don't need to do that. Firebase requires. Well, actually, I'm gonna lie because I haven't looked at it recently, but it may have changed. But no, the whole idea of having a Min SDK in Android set to 21 was to support what's called multi-dex, which allows an application to load multiple dex files from its source binary. And these are the source. This is the byte code for your application. I won't go into it. Anyway, the point being that that is something you can actually enable with adding a support library in there, support multi-dex, and you can do that down to 16 if you need to. But equally, I think if you go to apilevels.com, you'll find that like you could set your Min SDK at like 26 and still be comparatively new. I think it takes it back down to like 2017 or something. Yeah, like we're on 38. I think are we on 38 now? I've lost track.
Somewhere up there, 37, 38, somewhere in there.
So we can find this. So there's a webpage called apilevels.com. Bring this up on stream. And it lists the current active use of the Android API levels, which is kind of helpful. So the cumulative usage right now. Yeah, we're on 34. There you go. So as of 2022, 38% of all Android users are using API level 33 or Android 13. So even if you go down to get to that 99 sort of percentile mark, yeah, you're down at 21, 99.4. Which means
we were just
2014, which is Lollipop.
I think it had something to do with the Flutter default version was the question, and I know that gave me a problem when I had to manually change it.
I threw the question in the private chat.
Yeah,
I did find it.
That's what I saw.
And I think it was one before we cut off. So
the Min SDK Flutter uses Flutter.min SDK, but if I run my code with some packages, I can't detect the package. Yeah.
Well, I think the question is if it's pulling a variable, why can't it do a scan of the packages and find the minimum required and use that?
It's nothing to do. It's nothing to do with Flutter doing that. It's to do with the way that Android apps get built. It's just that's the way it works.
Right, but I guess that's the question, right? Why couldn't Flutter do a scan and find the minimum required for each of the packages and then use that as the minimum instead of whatever it's
because somebody hasn't gotten around to writing it? I mean, it's why doesn't it hold my laundry?
So packages do. So first of all, packages do set a minimum. The default is a minimum, and Android's build system will negotiate that. But it also requires all the package authors to specify their minimum, which they probably don't do. They probably don't know. I mean, this is, but that same issue. I don't know who asked the question, but that same issue is something you just do if you had an Android application that you're trying to build normal packages. Like this is just mobile. This is just development, right? Like dependencies is a thing you're gonna have to learn to deal with, especially when it comes to multi-platform. Then you've got multiple sets of dependencies to deal with. What we have in terms of the way Flutter works is actually really quite nice in comparison to some of the alternatives. Asking people to specify the exact versions of everything all the time is a way not to have a good versioning, have a good sort of compatibility, and have a good versioning system, because that's when you start getting into packages don't X doesn't work with Y because Y said Z, and yeah. A little note for those as well, just since we're talking about dependencies briefly, and that is, try and keep your dependencies to a minimum. I've seen way too many Flutter applications that have like 100 package long list. when they don't really need to have 100 packages, right?
Yeah.
I think the worst we've done was probably 30 or 40. That's the nastiest.
That's
Ridiculous.
That brings up a good question though. Has anybody? I haven't even looked. Is there a script? Has anybody written anything that you can run to see if you actually use to remove packages that maybe you imported and then didn't use?
It's
Well,
interesting.
tree shaking should handle that, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Well, but I mean, you could. But I'm just saying, take them out because they don't need to be there. I mean, yes, tree shaking should take care of it when you compile, but
I've done this, but I've always had to go through manually and remove.
yeah, that's I have looked to see if anybody built anything. It shouldn't be that hard, I wouldn't think, because it's
down to
well, the easiest way I can think of to do it is comment it out, and if nothing breaks.
Well, right, but and that's the quick way to do it manually. But I'm thinking like you're just scanning for the import, right? And if the import for that package isn't there in any file, any Dart file, then you don't need it, right? So you could probably build a script to do it. I just don't know if anybody's ever done it. I do what Simon does. I comment. I don't think I'm using it anymore. Comment it out. Nothing broke. Yep, I'm not using it anymore.
Yep.
What I try and do is when I'm working on some code that uses an external package and I remove the use of it, I'll then go check.
The one time that he did that, because he doesn't use external packages.
But if you are going to do it manually for a lot of entries, what I would do in all seriousness is I would create a macro for a button somewhere that runs Flutter pub get. So all you do is comment one, hit the button, see if anything goes red. Okay, uncomment that, comment the next one, hit the button. That way you're not constantly typing out.
Depending on your IDE, doesn't it? When you save the file, if you comment it and then save, it should automatically run pub-get. VS Code does. I don't know about.
But to be honest, you'd be better off.
It might be a package.
What you'd be better off doing is just you've got the AST. What's it called? Kernel package. What's the one with the AST graph stuff for Dart in it? Anyway, there's a package that contains the Dart analysis tools. Analysis. Analysis analyzer.
Yeah.
I forget. Anyway, there's a package that contains all that stuff, and you can just write a quick script to read all the source code files, generate a list of all the different packages that are being used, and then compare that to PubSpec. Right? It'll be difficult.
Yep.
And to anyone still asking questions, we've been at this for 2 hours already. We stopped taking questions an hour ago.
We're done.
So yeah, it's we do need to go do things like eat, go to the bathroom.
Let's take.
We have lives.
I've said we're done taking questions about 4 times now in the chat.
Yeah,
so it's like enough, guys.
Bounce back to this real quick on the Bluetooth. This BLE right here was just published 7 hours ago. And Dart 3 compatible, works on Windows supposedly. So
there's a reactive BLE package, which is the one from Philips Hue. They use it on the Hue light bulbs.
Yeah. And I will put a link to this one in the chat. Robert, you can't go to bed. You've got to start live coding now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's also this one by Philips Hue, which is what they used for their Bluetooth Low Energy stack.
That doesn't do Windows, but
it doesn't do. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't do Windows, but it's a good, it's a well-known, reputable source, and it's well practiced. They've got millions of home users that use that library. No, so
John, you did not just say they don't do Windows.
Yes,
it didn't support Windows on that one. Yeah, that package.
Sorry, for those of you who may not be native English speakers, there's a phrase called "they don't do Windows" or "I don't do Windows." It means someone who refuses to clean Windows because they hate doing it.
Right. And there's also a plot line in IT Crowd. It was a plot line.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, that's what I remember from recently.
I don't do Windows.
I'm not Windows.
All right, it is almost 2 hours to the minute, and Scott is going to turn into a pumpkin. I was hoping for the
Let's wait
live
another
coding
minute.
to start an hour ago so I could see some of it.
You can always watch it on the replay. It'll be in the cloud forever.
Just
True,
pull it up on
true,
your
true.
phone and watch as you're walking around.
Yeah, there you go.
True. All righty. You all have fun.
Bye,
And
Scott.
I will see you next week.
166 hours, right back here.
You know it.
Yeah.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
There we go.
Oops.
Now there were 3.
There we go. So, should we take a 5-minute interlude?
I bet I know what that means. I know what that means. It means I get to juggle for 5 minutes because I'm the only one that doesn't have to get up and move around right now.
Well, if you want to, you can stick around chatting. I don't mind.
I'm chatting. No, I'll be chatting. I can chat. I can answer questions.
Well, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes then.
Yeah, be back.
Yeah. We can. Yeah, John.
Are you going to disappear as well, John? Yeah,
just for a minute. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'll hold the fort.
I'll put a hold screen on.
No, don't take away my stream.
Randall wants the screen time.
All right. You go, Randall. It's all yours.
I can manage. And I can push the buttons too in case something happens too. So we're taking a short break because we're humans. And so, yeah, just to summarize the stuff I was saying earlier, I've been saying for a long time that programming is a craft and that a craft has components of both art and science. And hopefully my audio didn't get cut off, even though it says back after the break, but we don't know. Hopefully the audio is still coming out. And I said that for a long time, that I said, well, it's the art and the science. And then somebody informed me, rightfully so, that no, it's not really a science. It's more of an engineering, because the science is not really what we're doing as programmers. The science is done by smarter people than me. I'm more of a take the science and use it kind of person. So it's a little more direct that way. So yeah, but the key components for me, once I understood that programming is a craft, including art components and science or engineering components, is that let's look then at how great artists are grown into their existence. And part of that is studying the masters. And I sort of see that as a way of labeling what I had done as a youngster. I learned programming by really looking at every line of code I could get my hands on. Back then, there wasn't much, let me tell you. You kids in your binary with all your ones and zeros, we only had zeros and we liked it. So so back in the day, we were not quite as much code for me to be able to read, but that's what every time I came across a new language to learn, I started by reading again all the lines of code I could possibly find in it, just to get sort of the rhythms and the patterns, the designs. And that got more crystallized when I started talking about programming as a craft, and that having the art and science and engineering components to it. So that's kind of my take on that. Yeah, so nobody asked me any questions, anything there. Oh, somebody just asked, is Flutter addressing the issue of Flutter web builds not updating and caching on servers in the future? I don't even know what that question means. I don't know if there's an issue about Flutter web builds not updating. Do you mean cache busting for browsers? Cache busting is a known science. We don't have to address it specifically for Flutter. It means hosting your app at something that's timestamp based or something like that, so that you can make sure that you're not using any of the old cache pages. That's sort of out of the scope of anything that Flutter build web is going to be able to do for you. You'll have to have the hosting set up properly for that sort of thing. So yeah, so there's that. How to understand code, like sometime reading documentation confused me as well. Yeah, Here's the problem. A lot of the written material about programming is written by people who are only programmers and not professional writers. I was trained as both. Luckily, early in my career, I accidentally ended up being a writer for what ended up being 4 years as a full-time profession. And that writing skill is invaluable now for me to be able to write about what I know about programming. But I was trained as a programmer even before that. So I'm a programmer who became a writer, and programmer, and then adding teaching and all the other things that I do, speaking and stuff like that. I think we have our co-hosts and hosts back. Anytime, Simon. Push the button. Oh, Simon's not ready yet. Simon's still
on
taking a
break.
break. But
Yeah.
John's here. John,
Yeah.
well, you weren't listening to any of that then. Well, you were listening to the last bit of it, I guess.
Yeah, I heard the very end of that. Yeah.
Right, sure. How do you get questions on the screen and banner sliding on the bottom? Oh, that's our technology. This is StreamYard.
Yes.
So we use StreamYard. We have a paid account for it, so we get all the key features that are necessary. When you don't have a paid account, it puts StreamYard up in the corner, so you can always tell who's giving you the bandwidth and stuff. And you can only go so many hours a month or something. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you're.
I was
no,
just
you're
going to
about
bring up. So Brendan looks like maybe just joining us and says, "Hello, what is this? And is this a routine thing?" Yes, Brendan. We do this every Wednesday at the same time. So we started about 2 hours ago, and we basically take questions for anywhere from an hour to two. And then we do some live coding. So we're waiting on Simon to get back, and then we'll start doing a little bit of live coding. But yeah, you can join us every week, same time.
Indeed. Invite your friends. We get way more downloads than we get live people joining. So people are clearly, partially probably because it's a time zone issue. I mean, it's not like it's middle of the night for a lot of our audience right now.
Yeah.
It's really early in my morning. I'm U.S. West Coast. John, you're also over here too.
Yeah, Midwest. So
you're in the Midwest. You're not so bad then. Yeah. And Simon is in the UK.
I'll answer Daniel's question before we jump into there. He wants to know where I got that thing. I built that one. The little one you can't really see because I don't have it turned on. That's one that I got from Simon and somebody at some point.
Yeah.
The other one I built. That I built. It's pretty simple wood cutout. Yep, that's the one that's next to it there. The one that Simon's holding.
That's pretty.
Painted, and then it's got some LEDs backing it, and I got to do a little bit more to hide wires and all that fun stuff. But yep.
So
and then I got to do the other one. I got to do another one over here that consists of 4 colored squares. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble.
Nice. I don't have anything behind me except a boring wall and a bed, so that's why you're not seeing anything here. I'm actually temporarily staying not in my underground bunker. I'm temporarily staying with my cousin who lives flat, so that I can get there with my recently upgraded hip.
So we gave these out as look at that, perfectly fit.
None of us
almost fit.
Yeah, none of us are on the Flutter team. We are all just volunteers doing this show. You get paid? Wait, you get paid? No, just kidding.
No. But I do have issue with you. You said I think you broadcast from Groom Lake every week.
It's my secret underground bunker, right? That's when I normally am at, and we'll be back there hopefully in another 3 or 4 weeks. But to get to there, I go down 11 steps, and that was not going to work well with my walker and my brand new hip.
Nope.
That was 4 weeks ago, by the way. It's been wonderful. I've been ahead of schedule in terms of all my therapy and stuff. So I hope to be very, very soon going back to my secret underground bunker in northern Portland, but don't tell anybody. And that would be great because I know my cousin is friendly and all that, but I am intruding on his house, and so it's kind of nice to be able to move on. Yeah. Google. Right.
So he's
All
actually Brendan. You're actually on Twitter. We've been doing multiple streaming on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube for the past couple of weeks. Normally, you'll find us on YouTube, but we do bring up the comments from all three platforms.
Sure.
So
Cool.
yeah.
All right.
So back to the game. Back to the game.
Back to it. I can hang out for about 20 minutes and then I'm gonna have to jump.
Okay.
Yeah, none of us. Just to be clear, none of us work for Google.
None of us are.
Yeah.
None of us work for Google.
Yeah. Despite the word experts here, that means I am a Google developer expert, which by rule cannot be paid by Google at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
If I do the other one, I got to give this one up, and I kind of like this one. 5 years now.
Where does time go? Seriously.
Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like bananas. Yep.
Yeah,
six now, right? So 5 would be 6, right? 2018 was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Anyway, Simon, start typing, Simon.
Yep, I'm doing it. I'm pressing the buttons. Buttons are being pressed.
Okay. Oh, he's pressing buttons. So we're still stalling, waiting for him to finish pressing buttons. Yes, a Google Developer Expert is an unpaid DevRel. So we sit outside of Google, and we're doing things similar to what the paid DevRel does at the home office, but we're doing it for free. And we're doing it for our love of the community, our appreciation for the technology, and the fact that you can't get me to shut up. So I might as well be recognized as someone who doesn't shut up very often. That's pretty much what they gave me the credit for.
So there's a Flutter community channel on Twitch, which is where we stream from. Let me get everyone the link. If you want to go sign up to our Twitch channel, that'd be great.
Yeah, except I won't be talking to you anymore then, because I'm not going to pull another window up on my limited screens.
Yeah, I'll pop this in the chat for anyone that doesn't know. Here is our
I'm
Twitch.
on YouTube, man. I'm a YouTuber. Let me post my YouTube channel too, just because you're posting things.
Yeah, you had I saw a couple shorts come out with the automated.
Oh yeah, and I've got another one for today. Actually, we just overnight I solved a problem.
Nice.
Interesting thing, and actually I can say this while Simon's still getting set up. A pattern match on the object's runtime type. When you specifically say runtime type, and you're matching on the type name, that's an exact match.
We talked about this last week.
But I verified it now. But if you have an object, you can match its type and its children types, derived types, subtypes, by using like foo paren cren for paren and close paren. That will match subclasses properly, and is also matches subclasses properly. But equating anything to runtime type or using a pattern match literally on the runtime type against a type will not find subclasses. So that's really not the way to do it. Just get rid of runtime type entirely out of your vernacular. It's much simpler to just completely avoid that.
Nice. For those that don't know, this is the IDE I'm using is IntelliJ IDA. It's the Ultimate Edition.
Woohoo!
Which is the license paid one that gives me some extra features like being able to access databases directly and a bunch of other cool things.
I only use the penultimate version. It's almost as good as that.
This is also set inside of new UI mode, so into compact. If those that don't know that, you can get into this new mode where the UI is different. Highly recommend it. It has all the same features as the old one, but just better. In short. Anyway, okay, so we can do a couple of things here, right? One was someone wanted us to explore. So we've got the game. We want to continue a little bit of that, and I think we were looking at this. Is what we were working on last time. So this is we worked on the better debugging support. So this is a custom game engine we were working on from scratch. So this is a tile-based editor. If I click, I apparently drop some balls that kind of like float around or something, bubbles. But we turned on the
2 hours. You went like 2 or 3 hours on after I left. I went back and reviewed last week. It was a long one.
We turn on the debug. You'll see that we get all this lovely debugging information now. So we actually get the various tiles, the position of the player, and various components. So we can get some, debug information about various things. This also allows us, when it's in debug mode, it also doesn't, I was going to say it doesn't clip, but I think it doesn't. But yeah, there you go. So you can see there, when it has to draw partial tiles, they'll draw outside the screen boundaries, whereas that won't occur in the non-debug mode. We can do the same thing here. If we go right, there we go. So this is the full tile that it has. So you can see here, let me make this bigger. So as you can see, to draw this portion of the tile, this 51 here, it has to draw the entire tile. And this is just showing you the portion that will be drawn outside. Just so we can see that it's not loading the entire map. It's only loading the bits that it actually needs to and renders what it needs to. So this is what we were playing around with before. And if I turn off the debug mode, then that all goes away and gets clipped. So we have a better experience. And then, yeah, we can go behind things. Now, all the layering and sort of the layout of the content of all that sort of layout of all the content within the game is all being done with a open source editor called Tiled, TILED. That's the name of it there. And this is the map editor, open source product, really quite good. And we built up a little sort of some layers, and we're using this open source set by Helper Wesley. Anyway, so anyway, this gets us going. Oh yeah, and the graphic is by Eric. We'll put some. That's Eric from the Flame team. We'll put some credits. We'll have some more custom graphics. We won't be using these. These are just temporary graphics right now. It just gets us going to build the engine. So yeah, so we kind of got on with update the camera follower, only paint the visible areas. We now use Draw Atlas for painting all the tiles. This is particularly important. So this means that, for example, along the bottom of the screen here, where we have these repeating tiles. In fact, let's put the debug mode on so you can see that. So you see here. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm actually outputting the tile index, but that's actually the wrong value. We don't want the tile index. So let's go fix that. I just noticed they're always increasing here, which is not what this should be doing. So go quickly fix that, and then we can come back to this. So the way we were trying to break this up before in terms of layering was having engine sort of generic things be separate from the game-specific pieces. But equally, you could do another layer where, tile layer is a generic piece of, doesn't require, and again, this links to Snow Dash entity, but we could have another layer, which, another layer of architecture, which basically means that you can do any number of, layers. That is the wrong one. Anyway, part and parcel of refactoring what we did before was to remove the whole renderer, and so all the rendering code to do a drawing on the canvas ends up in renderer here, and that is completely separate from all the other game elements. This keeps this is quite good practice, especially when building a game, because it keeps the stuff that outputs the screen here. So we want to run this on a completely different platform. The game logic and all the behavior stays the same. It doesn't care how you render it, right? And we can change this renderer to be the one for a different platform, let's say, and we could do that if we needed to. All right, so what are we actually trying to run here? Tile index. That's interesting. So I thought tile index was the correct thing, but it looks like we don't output the right thing in the first place. So let's go back. Tiles, index, tile index. Yes. So it's tile value that we actually want. This is the tile index is where it is, where we're trying to render it to the screen in terms of where it is in absolutely the layer. But the tile value, that is, in this case, this is the data value. So now if I run this, we should see, it's larger, that, for example, here along the bottom of the screen, we've got 106, 106, 106, 106. Oh, sorry, it's behind people's heads. Hang on. Let's get rid of people's heads. There we go. So you can see here along the bottom, you can see my cursor. Hopefully, there's a lot of 106s. Annoyingly, yeah, here you go. So again, across the top here, 106. All these graphics are the same. All these tiles are the same graphic itself. This is quite important because what again we were saying before is that this, when it renders with the renderer, it uses a thing called Draw Atlas. This uploads the graphic for the tile set once to the GPU, and then it uploads all of the places where it wants to copy the tiles from and where they should be in the destination. This way, we're not repeatedly uploading the same graphic to the GPU multiple times as multiple textures and so on and so forth, and that optimizes a lot. There is some optimizations that do happen in the pipeline anyway without having to do this, but this definitely optimizes it. Cool. All right. So yeah, that's just a little update. Let's push that fix briefly. This repo, by the way, is available for anyone to go grab. I will put the repo address in the chat for anyone that wants to go download it. There you go. And you can follow along. You can make changes, do whatever you want. So I think the question is, we've got a couple of things we want to just talk about briefly. One was, what thing I want to discuss first of all, what do we want to do next in our little to-do list here? And then second of all, someone mentioned, what was it? It was, I've got some showing how to show an iframe on Flutter Web. If people are interested, we could do a quick little thing with that. Yeah. Wasn't there something else someone wanted?
It seems something mid-show. It's like we said we could do that for the
no, I forgot.
And I forgot.
There was the method channel.
The method channel. Yeah. That was
and
it.
And then there was also the nested scroll view thing. I don't know if we were going to do that one.
So, I mean, I'm going to leave it to the audience. For the minute, we'll carry on what we're doing, and then I'd like to know from the audience what you would like to look at. So we've got method channels. By the way, if the original questioners are still here, please speak up. But yeah, so it was
odds are low.
Showing how to do a method channel and do some native code and communicating that way with Flutter. Scroll view, and also iframe and how to get like an iframe working in a Flutter web application. Are you talking about me? Well, I don't know. Are we talking about you?
Yeah. Does it sound like something you said?
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, speak up if it was something that you were asking. Again, Ramon, if it was something that you were asking, then yeah, the method channel. Yes, maybe. If people are interested, we can do that. In the meantime, I'm going to carry on with some. We'll pick something here to do on the game code. So we talked about this before. Maybe adding some. We started playing around with some physics simulation stuff before. Also looking at what was it? It was collision detection and how we can start doing that. So maybe that's something else we can also introduce here. So I kind of like the idea that we can maybe get our dash character actually falling to the ground.
Gravity.
Right? And then having our character be able to move around and jump, perhaps. So the way, to be clear, the way that, so first of all, collision detection with our tiles is pretty straightforward. We know where they are on the screen. We can work that one out. When our player interacts here, for example, with tile of value 34, we know it's a ladder. And because we know that the tile that they are currently colliding with is a ladder, we can say, oh, you can move up and you can avoid gravity, right? And a gravity is no longer applied when the user is over a ladder, for example, right? So as soon as they jump off the ladder, gravity applies, right? And these are the kind of, this is game. This is your game logic, right? And the same goes for, for anything else here. When we have a platform, we denote what tile values are considered platforms, and then we can then say, okay, you can fall on those. The image is horrible. You mean like the streaming image? Because I can tell you right now, it's definitely 1080p that we stream at, and that's
I
something
see
that's
it plainly
received
here.
from your side.
Get a bigger pipe. Bigger
So
pipe,
quick.
faster
I've
machine.
faces as well. I forgot our faces went on screen. There you
Oh.
go.
Oh,
The image is quite. I mean, like honestly,
I can read all that text, even the blue text on black. I can read just fine.
well, unless he's referring to the 16-bit graphics, but I mean that's
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what
the
we
60-bit graphics are deliberate.
yeah,
That's-
I'm afraid
that's
the stream.
style.
I mean, the quality is streaming quality, right? This is what you get. So good luck with
Yeah.
that. Right, moving on. What are we talking about? Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
So I think there's just notice there's no test folder on the code. Do you write tests? Yes. We're just not right. Like the problem here is it doesn't make fun coding experience for people at home to see us writing tests. To be honest, most people are like interested in the value of what comes out at the other end. So this, by nature, is not something that we're probably going to be doing on the live streams. However, if people are interested, we could do a show and we could add some tests and you can show how it's done. But again,
Yes.
games and tests don't also kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong; they should definitely have some tests if you want it. But
That's it. That's a human. It's called a game tester.
yeah,
That's
I was
what
going to
you
say.
do. You put game testers in front of it. They find things that break.
So there's limited. Again, it's such a wide scope that and the emergent behavior you get from games because of the disparate logic that the sort of how a game is made. Normally, test cases don't exist to the nth degree like they might do in an application where you have very defined logic. Hope that helps in some way explain it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So, so first of all, we are missing. What are we missing? We're missing. Well, that's a good point.
Gravity, collision
I don't know if
detection.
I can chase this down. Hang on. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. So we want to apply stuff. It's a shame when we have multiple layers. We could add a feature where we could like select tiles and then like drag a box over the screen, and it selects those tiles, and we see that debug information only. I don't know. Anyway, right. So should we add some collision detection and some gravity and we'll see where we get to?
Sure.
yeah. I unfortunately am going to have to jump out for a meeting, so I will.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wow.
That means
Thanks for joining us.
it's just Simon and me. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. If I have a chance to jump back in, I will, but I don't know that I will.
Go off to your meeting.
Maybe.
Be
All right.
productive.
All right.
Thanks.
It's the new year. It's time to be productive
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. All right. Next week.
Thanks again. We'll see
Bye.
you soon.
Right. Thanks, John. John.
All right.
always
So we'll go with the next one on the list
dropping
then.
in. Yep.
So
Collision detection.
let's have
How
our
do you
player
detect-
start.
How do you detect collisions? That means you have to know where you can and can't go.
Exactly.
How do you know that? Where is that data?
Aha. Yeah. Okay. So and he asks, how are we going to manage collection when the tiles are half on the ground? And that's it. So we can. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. One is we say, okay, when it's a tile 105, it's halfway here. That's where the ground is. And then that's where we collision detect on, or that's where we say the sort of the top area is of the tile. However, tiled lets us define a tile set, and where we define a tile set, we can also define areas of collision.
Oh.
So tile collision editor. I've not used this before, and we can have a play around with this. But yeah, we select a tile, and then we can say a certain portion of this tile is collisionable, I guess. Hang on, let's have a look.
I've never driven a front loader truck before. Let me just see how this works.
That's basically what I'm doing, yes. Okay, so
Maybe I can take this airplane
this
up to
bugs me, look.
15,000 feet.
Why does it want me to like
What's it doing
select?
here? Oh no! It's colliding detecting already. It's
I think there's a
detecting collision.
snapping.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to contribute any code. I'm just going to be contributing noises for the rest of the hour.
It's got to be
I don't know how
snapping.
useful that's going to be. Okay.
Detect box boundaries. Oh, that's nice. So do I just click on the next one and I can do the same thing? And the same thing?
Oh yeah, it does a thingy. Look at that.
See, that's the problem, right? Because in this case, we want polygon.
Yeah. You have to take some of the polygon out.
How do we?
Where's your minus key?
Insert polygon. See, again, look, it wants to snap. I feel like I have the wrong settings turned on. All right, let's save this. Let's do that first of all.
How many more shows before you realize you should have started with Flame?
Never.
Okay. All righty. Next week, we do multiplication by repeated addition. Ooh.
Tarset properties.
Sorry, that's my standard joke for that, for people that don't want to use packages.
No snapping. That's lying to me. You're snapping still.
Yeah. Maybe you have to upgrade to Tyler 25 or 30 or whatever to get
to pixels.
Snapping.
It's got to be something to do with this tile collision editor. Like, maybe you can only do it based on corners. I have no idea. Well, then why would it be halfway down? That doesn't make sense.
No.
It's got to be a way of doing it. No, and it just practically doesn't make sense. Highlight current layer. Okay, interesting.
Despite the fact that the new release of Flutter has been out for over an hour now, I have not yet seen an announcement to even know what has changed. Sadly.
How the hell do I do this?
Somebody hasn't pushed the button yet. Let me go yell at Parlo, see what he said.
Grid width, grid height. No, see that would tell me that's the tile size, which is what it is. Allow transforms. You can sure go for it. See, tile width and tile height, grid width, grid height. What am I missing here? Let's try sending this to like 4x4. Let's see what happens. I don't know. What can go wrong? Everything, I'm sure.
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, you got angles. In theory.
Convert to polygon. I have no idea. Raise lower object properties. Oh, okay. So this is show to the bottom. Okay. So this is the defined object of this, and we can denote a class of like ground, for example. Let's we'll just persist on without having to deal with that right now, because otherwise we're going to waste a lot of time fiddling around with the editor. Well, I want to actually see how we're going to load this data in. All right. What else do we have? I think we're using these as well. So can I do that? Oh no, I can.
That one works because it's a square. Yeah. Where does that data show up in your data now?
It shows as a square, not a polygon, which is correct. Let's go as grounds. I think that was probably a mistake then converting that to a polygon. Let's go. Yeah, this one. Let's trash that, and there we go. Ground. It's easier to probably just do with squares right now. Wall. Sure. So essentially, it's this is us adding metadata to our data set. We'll add it to a few of these. So we've got this ground. However, this ground height will have the player walk on the same height as what's on the inside. If I can. So can I change this? How do I edit this one? Flip, lower, raise. Can I? Object. Oh, it's over here. Ah, look at that. Okay, that was not helpful. Okay, so apparently the properties are in the other half of the screen. Okay, that was super helpful. Can I not park this where I want to? There I are. There, that's cool. Right, let's try this again.
Yeah.
All right. What was the same? Yeah. So this one is Y12. So we'll have this one be Y12. Yeah. Oh, okay. Height 20. All right. Let's call this ground. And then I think so we have the IDs on here, which is nice. So we've got 17, 16. It would be kind of helpful if it was to display the IDs. I wonder if we can actually do that. Oh, look. It shows the collision. It shows the collision ... out in the editor. That's helpful, isn't it? No, there you go. We can see where we actually have what we're missing. Okay.
It's in that corner until you figure out how to get that one.
Well, let's make that flat for now. We also want to see what this one is. What can I bring up the tile information? Select. I know there's a select somewhere. I was using it. No. This one. Nope. Shape fill. I don't want that. It's a rectangular selection. That's the one. Just tell me what tile it is. Oh, because I've got the layers locked. That's what it is. That's layer 2. Layer 1. That's the one I want. No, I'm getting nothing. All right. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a way of doing this, but I think I use 15. Actually, it would tell us in the game, wouldn't it? That's probably more practical. Yeah, 15. Okay. So back to our tile set. So 15 being this one. Let's give that wall. There we go. And then the one underneath is 105. That'll put it down here as this bottom left one. Let's do that one as well. Can I think I know what we need to do here. We need to put 2 objects in. So I think we put one. Was it height? From what height was?
Yeah, like two and a one that's like a halfway to the right, and the other's halfway.
Yeah, exactly. It's something like that. So we do height 20.
Ooh.
Okay. So then do another one.
Ah,
I don't
right.
see
You
why
see the
it's
corner of
always
it.
offset like that, but I don't care. Okay, hang on, I got 3 now. I don't want 3. We're learning. So this is ground,
Don't get too excited. Don't just do everything all at
and this is wall, and then wall is width, height. Okay, so let's do width 8. Okay.
You went away.
8 by
Other.
8, height 12, width.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's
20.
looking nice.
Oops,
Oh.
not 20. Let's go less. I don't know what the one above is. Let's have a look. It was. Don't do that. Select.
Clearly, this UI needs a bit of work.
Yeah, well, this is
Free.
It didn't cost me anything, so I'm happy by that.
Yep. You got your money's worth, definitely.
Exactly.
Got your money's worth. Ship it. Right.
That's good.
Definitely money's worth.
So there's no need for the original tile set to have multiple of the same tile in the tile set, apart from just trying to show visually like the tiles. So really, it should be an example separate to the actual one. But anyway, what is it? 18. Oh. And this one, we're saying that this should be 18 wide to match the wall. All right. Save. So, all right, so we go back to the level. Okay, that's looking promising. We've got like little dotted lines that cover that portion. Let's get ladder and the wall here. So we've got the gemmed wall. Let's go back to that. And we're saying let's make that 18 to match. And call it a wall. What else? Ladder. What's that? Made up of these? I don't know. We're going to find out. Ladder. Let's go back. Okay. Collision detection around all that. Let's hide layer 2. Why go away? I don't want you selected. Right. What else do we want collision on? I guess the boxes. And we'll do that bit of stonework there as well, which I think, let's look, is 31 and 32. So let's go back. So I'd say that's here, 20, 35. Okay, 31, 32, and 33 is these. All right. Let's do that one. All that one. I think. I mean, now it's quite relatively fast doing it once you know what you're doing, right? Ground. Let's call this. Pardon me. Let's call this wall. It's 18. All right. Do we have? This is number 19. Do we have that? What's that? I can't read it. Yeah, that's 19. All right. So we've got 19 being impossible. Something 19 and 6. All right. What do we call this? One-way platform. Jump through it, land on it.
Wow.
It's a platform. Why not? I mean, what was the idea on that? Oh, object 19, yeah. And the crate, there it is. Let's call this ground.
Should be easy for collision.
Sorry?
That should be easy for collision.
Yeah.
Big and blocky.
Okay, I think that's probably more than enough for what we need. Okay. We'll do spring. We'll might as well, since we're here, add the spring in. We haven't got to that yet.
Uh-oh.
But spring open. You know what? Let's call it spring, and then we'll come back to the details of how we do the spring. Okay. Let's get that. What's that one? 25, 4, and 3. So that puts us up near the top. 4 and 3. That's 3, 4, 5. So it'd be these. What's wall? Should we do another corner? Oh, wait, can I just drag that? I see it does, it snaps. There's obviously something going on here with the snapping that I'm not aware of. Let's do another one. Oops. Apparently there's a button that does something that I didn't know what it did.
Uh-oh.
I have managed to hide all of my UI.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, got it back.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I don't want to have
It's
to
in
go
the
through
wrong
and show.
order. It's the wrong order now again. Oh, no. Oh.
That should work.
Everything in life needs an undo. Everything.
I don't know what button. Lock layout. I should do that. That would be helpful. Yeah, main toolbar. It must be like a hide everything.
It must be like
No.
Command H, but that hides the whole app on the Mac.
Oh, there's a history as well. That might be helpful.
Oh no, yeah.
Okay, that'll do. And then I'm now going to go view, lock layout. There you go.
Yeah.
Don't do that again. Right, where was I? 18. Right, 18. No, 14. Okay. We'll do this one here, and then we'll be done. So. All right. So we've got top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. This is ground. We'll get there. Is anyone complaining yet? Are we boring people?
They're slowly dwindling. It's not too bad.
18. I think that was 18.
I think they want to see Dash bouncing around on something, so should have some sort of intermediate.
I do as
test
well,
here.
funny enough. 20.
Yeah. Oh, you still got to get all this data into the collision detection app part of the thing. Right?
Yeah, I will.
One thing at a time, Randall. Stop bringing up stuff I still gotta do. I'm still watching for. Oh, here it is. I've seen the announcement. So the announcement for the Flutter release today is just merely one fix. Fix Dart to JS Stack Overflow in value range analysis.
Well, you want to definitely fix a Stack Overflow issue.
That's probably for the 4 of you out there in all of Flutterland that were waiting for this patch. It has now been hot patched for this week. That was your choice of what to get this week. Yep. Well, that was a bit anticlimactic. I thought it was something really cool. I'm sure it's cool again to the 4 people who reported it and closes a bug. I should go look at the bug, see who submitted the bug. Where is that? What's in here? No,
Right.
not there.
I've just been a bit more thorough now than I should probably bother, but I have magical automatic buttons. So, right, let's go back. What do we have on our level now? Okay. Hang on. Where's that grey box? Where's the still box gone? Oh, I think I used some of these. Did I? I did. Okay, good. Ground. Okay. How are we looking on platforms and things? I really don't like the way that's off. So this is about us having a display grid that would be 16 by 16 and a tile grid of 32 by 32, allowing us to do half tiles. That's another thing, right? We'll get back to that. Again, what we built should allow for all that right now. It's just we haven't bothered with that yet. All right, so save the level they are. I have no idea what happens. Right, let's export. Let's see what we've got. So
See what the numbers look like.
Okay, that should give us an asset level 1 JSON. Yeah. Okay, so this is still giving us the same data, right? It just gives us the tile indices, right? What we actually probably need to do is export. Here we go. The tile set.
Yeah, are these attributes of the tiles now?
Yeah. And there it is. So here is all of the various bits of data that we just exposed. I think we'll get rid of that terrain wang sets. Tile set. I think I was fiddling around with terrain. Right, so collision editor. Let's get rid of you. Go to terrain set. And we're gonna get rid of you.
I kept hearing that as train set. I mean, what are you talking about trains for?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Terrain.
Terrain. Yeah. You said it right. I'm biased here because my cousin is hugely into big and small engines, train sets. So it's like I hear about trains all the time.
There we go. All right. Well, we got type tile set version, and the other one is what's it called? Map. And
are you just going to extract it? Are you going to extract this directly from the JSON by drilling down into it, or are you going to build objects to roll this into?
Well, that's what I'm just trying to think about here. Like, how do we want to exploit this
Yeah.
information? Do I care that much right this second? And like, it'd be good to know what people.
Well, I think it's useful to vocalize though what your thinking process is on this. Is it like you know I'm given JSON data from something. I can go through all the work that it takes to make proper objects, but only if there's a benefit that exceeds the amount of expense that it takes for me to do that correctly. Especially if there's variations in the data, like right there, I'm looking at some the object has some ints and some strings and some bools, and I've got to get all that correct. And then we're what about 5 layers, 6 layers down into the structure already.
Yeah.
Good luck getting that to work after 2 or 3 hours of trying over and over again. It's kind of been my experience with that kind of stuff.
So I mean,
there are tools that sort of do it, but again, it's crazy stuff.
I have a plugin that is screwing up my
Oh, no.
JavaScript.
With your ultimate editor is doing that. My penultimate editor never did that.
Third-party plugins. That's what it is. I was trying out a new JSON. There we go.
JSON color raising.
No, formatter.
Oh, formatter. Ah.
Oh, why do you do that for, JSON formatter?
Oh, oh no, no.
We won't be formatting this file.
Yeah, so much for formatting it. Oh, that's just as bad as what Dart format does sometimes.
Well, at least we've got
data.
We've got this data. All right.
So you decut JSON in that file, and then you drill down into it, hopefully not stepping outside of a null.
Let's we've got 2 bits here. We've got loading the data and then have the app behave a certain way, right? So I think spend a bit of time on that data. I don't want to spend even more time on it right now.
Okay.
And loading the data is let's see if we can get dash colliding with any tile that's on that layer.
Sure.
Right? I think that's the first thing. So let's assume let's turn off the visibility. Actually, let's see if this works, actually, because I think it should work. If we go back to our level, layers. Oh, no. I've hid all those panels as well. It was tile set. Map. Oh, there's other things. Objects. Properties. Tile stamps. Huh. What if that sets of tiles that you can stamp down, which I think it is, but that we didn't bother with that yet. Right, let's turn it off. I want to turn off all those other layers. Hit save and export. Come back to the game. Hot restart. I wonder if it will. Yep, there we go. Look at that. Nice.
Okay. Oh, you got rid of the clouds and stuff.
Yeah, just for visibility, right? Like it makes no difference what we're doing, but it means that when we're looking at this, it's easier for us to understand what's going on.
Sure.
All right.
Your collisions are all going to be in this layer, is what you're saying. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's add a properties of this layer. Custom property. How do we do that? Over here. Yeah. And we'll call it a bool, and it's going to be collisions, collide,
Solid.
collide, solid.
Okay, well,
Oh, I like that.
Solid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid's a good word
Solid.
because it describes what it is. Everything else is gas and liquid and junk. This is solid.
Yes. Right. Re-export.
When you get to plasma, you got to stop this particular game.
Right. So we should have a way. I think we put a way in here of getting out. Yeah, properties. So we can now add another solid. All right. So now we can collide with just these. We need a way of actually. I think, first of all, let's see if we can actually move the character around and have it collide. At the moment, the character doesn't have, the player character doesn't have a bounding box. So that's the next thing we really need to do.
Yeah. Gotta get your bounding boxes.
I think I started looking at this before and we didn't, we had this notion of position. And then I was like, well, we kind of want a bounds. But these are like have a min max, which makes me think that I almost want to calculate an AABB2 from a position and size. It's kind of wasteful. Or we could have a cache of bounds. And then that could work, actually. We have a small, use this as, let's do, we could then have a BB2 bounds getter. And this sets bounds from a position and size and returns it. Sure, you can do that somewhere. Set center and half extents.
Yeah,
I like that. Well, somewhat. Set from, subtract, add, scale. So we could just do set from and add. Copy from. Hull point contains A, B2 contains. All right, let's do let's just set min and max. Can we actually set them? Min, they're getters. Yeah, they're final instances, but they're immutable. All right, so we can say minimum. I guess we probably want the player centered at that position. I guess
where's your I'm just wondering where your collision is, because it's really at the outer edge of the character, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm just trying to think here. If I do a vector 2 for the side,
maybe just use a circle to represent the characters like down, so if the distance gets within the center.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to use. Strictly speaking, I just want to use the inbuilt vector 2 stuff to keep things simple.
Sure.
I mean, we can start going to like, like it already does all the stuff that we needed to do. It'll do the. I think we'll keep with this, right? But what I'm saying is that if we do bounds min dot set from, I'll just set from.
Just as a reminder, we hit the end of the 3rd hour just now.
Yeah, well, I'll probably just get this working, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay, all right, that's cool. At some point, my earbuds run out of battery, though. So it's like, okay. At some point, I got to call it.
All right. So,
Actually, I could use my AirPods, I guess.
I feel like from half. Actually, no, that might work. Actually, it's set from center and half extents. So we say center is position. And this half extents a vector. It is. So we could say size divided by 2. And then return bounds. Okay. Size is something that we can tackle. I think it's probably better to have bounds. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Yeah, it's going to do that. I think there needs to be a better way of displaying a vector 2, and I'm going to do that now. There's those extensions. Yeah, we'll do the same thing on. So I have a to debug string. I don't know, something like that. Can we actually override? No, you can't, can you? All right. Oops. All right. Oh yeah, we didn't set a size. So let's go have it so that when the game starts up, our player gets a size. Let's do, well, we know it's 16 by 16. There we go. Okay, so it says here, so it's a bit small, but 16 by 16. And we have our bounding box represented by these 4 numbers here, the top left and the bottom right. So let's now add that to our debug output, so that when an entity is rendered, instead of drawing this circle on the top left, we'll draw a box. Yeah, we'll draw a box, particularly around the stroke right, isn't it? Hold up, so we can do a box. So we should be able to do entity dot bounds. There you go, and then color. What was the other property? Stroke width. All right, let's see what happens. Aha. Okay. Well, we have a box.
Cool.
Bounds are interesting. So this is relative to the entity itself. So this needs to be negative the entity's position. There we go. So the reason why that was happening, by the way, is that entities run automatically translates. We could actually restore before we do debugging. Now you'll see it's a bit at the top left, and then we can remove the entity position. So it's just about having the same output, right? But now our text label is always going to be, we'd have to add we need a entity dot position plus. There we go. Let's actually fix this up a bit because this is a bit off. I kind of feel that I don't. Yeah, I know. Let's just do this and we'll get there. All right. Oops. All right. So now we have a bounding box around player. So now we want to know when we move around, do we collide with any portion of any of the visible tiles that are on the screen? And if we do, and the layer is marked with solid, then we want to stop the movement of the player from entering that tile.
Yeah,
that's essentially what we want to do. Let's change this thickness. It's better. And then we can then go a level deeper next time where we read in that data that we added to the tiles, and then we can then collide on that instead of the actual tile boundary. And then adding gravity simulation would then mean that the player can then walk along the screen. And we can talk about optimizations as well, because you'll start seeing that we're going to start seeing, we're going to do this really, really dumb right now. And then we'll refine the performance aspect to it. So, all right. Okay, let's add update our game data. So
I'm going to pop out for about 4 minutes here. I'll be right back.
Add game data. Add collision details to tiles. And then we've got Okay, when we collide with the edge of the screen, that's actually another issue. Yeah, so, well, actually, we don't collide at the moment. Okay, so we're going to sort that one out. Okay. Let's add bounds to game entities. All right. So where are we going next with this? So we want to do collision detection when the player moves. I don't remember how we're doing player updates now. This would be it then. So we take the player one input access, use that as our direction vector. Right, I'm just storing, yeah, and we store that so we know if we need to flip the graphic based on the direction the player was proceeding at the time. Well, that's interesting. So I stop, and of course, it's 0. So actually, this is wrong. We actually, I think, probably want to store if we're flipping the graphic as its own flag. Let's do that here. So when I stop, it's always flipping back rather than staying in the direction we left the character, which obviously is the problem. So let's fix that here. So we'll say if direction vector is less than 0, flip equals true. Else if direction vector is greater than 0, flip false. That way, when it returns back to 0, when you're not moving, it doesn't dot x. All right, does it work? It does, but I got it reversed. Yay. Okay. So we want to change the players. We can change the amount of direction that is applied, or we can change the amount of. Wait, what? Oh. Well, that would be another problem that we have. Surely. Oh, no, sorry, ignore me. I was misreading it. I was going to say, it's not the behavior I'm saying. All right. So, yeah, we multiply the direction vector by the velocity times delta, which is basically the fraction amount of unit of time that we actually want. And the unit and the direction vector is unit vector, so -1 to 1. What are we trying to solve now? We're trying to what we're trying to do now is have it so that when the input is received from the user, or which direction they want to move the player, we want it to try to work out. Well, first of all, we would determine new position of the player, work out the bounds that that player will be in at that position, and then work out the intersection of that box to any other tiles that are in the current collision layer. Yes, and then based off of that, deny the player entry. So that's normally just essentially adjusting the direction vector to so that it doesn't the player can't move into that space no matter what velocity that they have. This stops people skipping through walls and things. So, all right, let's briefly. What was it doing? Oh, yeah, I forgot we had that. All right. We need a way. Essentially, what we want to do here is this is essentially what we're going to do. We're going to do it really, really dumb, and then we'll organize it properly. I'll show you spaghetti code, and then I'll show you how we refactor it. Right. So, for the player to do this when he's moving, we want it to know. He needs to know about the tile layer. So when we build up our player object here, we need to know about the. Oh, he's back. Hello, Randall.
Yep.
So what we're going to do, I'm going to pop our player in here. This is our initializer. So I don't know if you heard me say that, Randall, but basically we're going to do this a really, really dumb way right now.
Yeah. You know, I've been listening. I just haven't been.
We're going to make improvements. So basically, that
was a good thing. Well,
when we create our game,
in the chat there, yeah, Maul in the chat said good one. Maybe you can save the old coordinate, move the player to the collides, go back to the old coordinate.
I mean, you can, but why bother when you don't even have to update the player in the first place? Imagine you've got a system where you update the player's position, and then that causes a chain of reaction to take place where you then go, oh, is the player doing this? Is the player doing that? Is he doing? And before you know it, moving that player to a new position, calculating if he overlaps, then moving them back is actually causing a whole new set of side effects to occur. So normally,
it's where you don't have good undos. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So instead of having an undo, just don't set it in the first place, and that's where you just have a local variable. I mean, we're not doing anything miraculous here, right? All right. So let's do this. So we're going to go through the level layers, and we're going to filter those layers to the ones that are solid. There you go. And then we'll make that a list. And this is really, really dumb, but I'll show you a different way we can do this in a minute. So where's our final? So we've got a list of level list, whatever, that solid layers. So now, this is what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about like the refactoring side. We can do this like this, test out idea works, and then we want to refactor this out because, we don't want the player to directly know about the level layers. Like there's no direct relationship between those two things. It needs to know about collision, which is a separate thing. It just so happens that the level layers things you collide with. But then this means that by abstracting these different responsibilities into different classes. In doing so, it means that we can now add other things to be collided with that are nothing to do with the level layers, you see? And this is the nature of like kind of separation of concerns. It's a principle. Right.
Yeah.
All right, so now we've got solid layers coming in. Okay, so now we've got solid layers being passed over to the player. When the player updates their direction, you missed this, Randall. I just changed the way that the flip worked on the graphic. I don't know if you saw this on the last stream, but
cute. Oh yeah, nice.
It flips the graphic and stays flipped in the direction.
Oh yeah.
It was
smart.
It was toggling back before. So anyway, so now we've got our layers. We can say for final layer in solid layers. layer dot. Okay, so now we can look at the data of the layer and examine the tiles. Well, we need to know what is the visible portion. And now you start going, okay, this is where we start going. We're putting way too much logic into the player here. So we're just going to loop around every tile because we don't have that many right now. We're going to make it really, really dumb, and then we're going to improve on it later, right? Because obviously the player can only interact with tiles that are around the player,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And specifically, if the player is, we say the player is always going to be visible on the screen, then they can only be interacting with the tiles that are visible on the screen. And we can make those kind of optimizations later. So for homework, or anyone's interested, there's a thing called quad trees. Quad trees are a data structure that allow us to do an optimization, a search optimization based on a plane, an XY plane.
Yeah. Okay.
I can show you briefly what that. They're used actually in all sorts of mapping techniques, and see if I can find a good picture of one.
It sounds like one of the things that Lucas has built into the Dart data repo.
See, that's it.
It has
this,
all these weird
picture, but
algorithms.
it's not a great one.
Let's see if it's in there actually.
See if I can find this here.
Data.
Some data science. Look, data structures and algorithms. There you go. So, you know, that's an example of a quad tree. So, what you can see on the right is the data structure, and what you can see on the left is what it represents. So, basically, you split your XY plane into quarters, and that's where the quad comes from, 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then each time there's an extra level of detail, you split into 4 again. This means with a near binary sort, as it were, you can actually go, okay, if my XY drops me into this quad, this quarter of the screen, I only need to search this, and I can already exclude 4 quarters of the screen. And if you do that enough times, you repeatedly do this until you're down to the leaf nodes. Well, then your collision detection ends up doing 1-to-1 with the element that covers that same quadrant of that same portion of the screen.
Yes.
So your conditional checks end up being 1 for each quadrant as you go down the depth of the tree. So if you, let's say you're here where this E is, well, you're in this quadrant, the bottom right quadrant first, that's 1 check. Then you're in the top left quadrant of that, that's another check. And you're in the bottom left quadrant of the final one. So that's 3 conditional checks that you've done to find out that this is the last leaf node. And then the unit that you're actually kind of trying to collide with in that leaf node is this E dot. And then you can then look at the bounds of that. So that means you've done 4 conditions to check anywhere on the screen rather than actually checking the entire screen and all of the things.
Ironically, one of the hits when I searched for quad tree in the pub was Flame. Flame has a quad tree class.
Yeah, it's quite a common thing.
Under the collision section.
Yeah.
Specifically about that.
This is anyway. So as you can see here, here's an example of it searching down the tree, as you might do. And the actual implementation of a quad tree is not difficult at all.
No.
It's literally this.
None of this is difficult. That's the problem. It's just a bunch of little difficult things all put together.
But yeah, generally speaking, here you go. Let me see if I can get another picture up here. I'm just doing this for reference so people can see. There you go. So that's another example here of showing you that the quadrants break down in more detail the more things are in that area. Now that's up to you however you want to break that down. But yeah. Anyway, right. Moving on. So back to reality. So we're just going to go through every tile in the layer and try and do a collision check with it, and then we're going to find out if we collide with that tile, and then what that tile's index and value is, and that's going to be our first sort of collision. So let's do this here. Collision test. loop. So we want to go for each.
Would you have to prepare your data then to have larger quads over the data first?
And no, so what
you would need a quick way.
When you load your data, you normally prepare the quad tree. So you insert data, and if there's already, when you insert data, you search the tree to insert it, and if there's already something covering that cell, then you can either group it with the one that's there, or that you can make another quadrant, another node, and break them up from there.
So you build it during load, and then it's quick to determine collision later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
To be honest, though, actually, there's always a trade-off, right?
This is why everybody always asking me if they should learn data structures, or what they call it, DSA, data structures and algorithms, or whatever.
I don't know.
I never learned that stuff formally. I just learned it. I'm a street trained programmer, so I don't know this stuff.
I mean, I know it from just doing it, right? Figuring it out. I was like,
yeah. Exactly.
Right. Let's see. Then we want to say, what is? Let's do we need one tile. So let's have tile bounds. That's 0. I think that's 0, right? So we want to calculate our tile bounds. Let's go to our tile layer. So what we're essentially trying to do is work out what portion of the screen it actually covers. I mean, it'll just be row column times the tile size. Mm-hmm. Assume it have the same origin, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to add to that. So I think do our level layers have a tile size, or is that coming from elsewhere? I think it comes from elsewhere. Yeah, it comes from level data. So we'll hard code that in there. We'll just pass it over, and then we're going to extract it out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So as I said, this is not how you add this in right now. We're just doing this for
expediency.
Expediency, indeed. And then we can learn to refactor later. All right. So now we want to say tile bounds. It does annoy me that we don't have like a set. Oh, no, I think we did. Min equals, min set from set values. Okay, so our XY values is going to be column times tile, actually column row. Then we could then multiply this by tile size. Does that work? Come here if we're allowed to do that. Let's just do double. We'll just do it bit by bit. Okay, so our tile bounds size is tile size. Can we not set size? I thought we could. Oh yeah, extension. So that's going to make max, min, plus size. Sounds good to me. All right, so now we have bounds for the particular tile that we're looking at. We want to know, do these bounds and do the player's bounds collide? So we can say contains AABB intersects with AABB. And then this is going to be bounds for our player. That's the actual collision detection, right? That is the bit that says, okay, we've collided with something, right? And this is just going, do our minimum maximums overlap with each other so that in such a way that we get an intersection. Yeah, I do find the vector library is a bit lacking sometimes. Anyway, right. So print.
It's so weird. It's so weird because it keeps getting reinvented in different ways with slightly different strategies. It's like, why can't we just have one giant algorithm understanding module? That's what we need. One language to rule them all. We could do it all in small talk, I'm pretty sure. That would do it. That would do it. Lisp. There we go. The universal language. Is it data? Is it code? We don't know. We'll defer that decision to what's runtime mean. Lisp. So happy it was invented already. So that nobody could pass it off as something new.
So let's see what happens if we do this. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, plenty of things. We've seen that.
Shh. Don't spoil the surprise. Right.
Yes.
Right. No, you know what? I'm going to disagree with that statement for now. All right, so let's see what happens. Where's that log? Oh, we're getting collisions. Why are we getting collisions? We shouldn't be getting collisions, should we? So yeah, we are already failing. Why are we failing is the next question. 0, 20. 0, 0. Ah, I mean, that's correct, right? Because yeah, we need to work out, is this an area that is background and doesn't exist, which is 0? So we say if value does not equal 0, right? Which means we should then, let's try this again. Right, ignoring whatever that was. Okay, no collisions at the moment. Oh, but we crashed and it didn't work. What happened? Invalid range. That's interesting. Index 320. Ah, I've got my height and row. This is height. This is row. Width. There you go. All right, let's try that again. So yeah, again, we're testing everything in the entire map level data here by doing this loops. Obviously, the fewer conditional checks we can do, fewer data that we set, the more performant our app is going to be, right? Because it's doing less.
Right.
So okay, so let's move around. No collisions. Let's move down. Oh, we collided. Oh, look at that. It's working. So if I move up to this point, it should, there we go. Okay, that's good. This is good. So we might be colliding with multiple tiles at the same time as well. So we need to apply, we basically need to collect a set of collisions that take place. So I think looking at this, we could invert the way we're doing this. And we said give a bounds to a level to check with. That seems to be a better way of dealing with this. So if we go into layer, tile layer, no, let's go to level data. Yeah, let's do it in here and then say list of, well, we need tile. I guess tile index is good enough. I know we need layer as well. All right, so let's do layer index, tile index, and then do collide test. Collision test. This is going to be really lame, but it gets us a little step forward. So we're going to pull out this from here. And we already have this. What we're going to do is solid layers for the minute. Let's get rid of that. We're still going to need to pass in some data here. We'll pass in the level instead. For the moment, again, not the way we want to do this eventually. So let's pass in. It was level data. All right, and then in doing that, in here we can now do level dot test collision test bounds tiles. So this is going to return back the tiles that we collide with. If tiles is not empty, we can then adjust our position, or the position, the sort of direction vector. So adjust direction vector. All right, let's take this out here. Oh, I already pasted it in here. All right, and then we can create a list of final tiles. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Just said that.
All right, so tiles. Okay, and if we get an intersection with bounds, let's pass in bounds. BB2. Okay. So if we get an intersection with bounds, then we want to add that tile. So here's the thing: we actually want to pass through all. We need to know which layer. Do we care which layer? We could pass back the layer itself and have a. I guess really complicated. I just want to make this simple right now. I don't want to make it complicated. I think we'll pass back the layer index, but then it means that we need to go through all layers and then exit early if it's not solid. Do something like here, if layer solid into false, continue. It does the same thing. In fact, it's actually slightly better to do it this way, because we're not allocating another list unnecessarily. All right. So we're going to loop over. We have our layer index, so we can now add that in our return response, and then we have our tile index. Since we have the tile value, I think we should include that as well. Let's get rid of these extra words and have index. Sorry, this is just, again, being quick right now. Probably be better at this point to start thinking about what a collision is and maybe needs a class, but we'll get there. Right. So layer index of the tile, and then what is wrong with this picture? Index layer tile. Index value. I'm an idiot. Didn't change it now. Okay. So we'll get rid of that print statement. All right. So this is going to do the collision and return it. So as you can see that, on 60 times a second, no matter if the player's moved or not, because something might have moved into the player, we're doing this entire loop over every single tile in the map. So you can see how this is not very efficient. But, it's enough for what we're doing, and it's working. So that's the main thing. Right. That just failed for a second because I was just editing it. Right. All right. So level. And if it's not empty, then we'll print tiles. Let's see what we get. And let's see what happens. Clear our log and move around. So there we go. So there's an example there of we're getting 45 and 46. Those two tile index on layer 1 with their tile values of 107 on each one.
Cool.
All right. So what we care about is this number.
Ship it.
Sorry?
Ship it.
So now the final thing of this puzzle, and we can call it quits, is just to adjust our direction vector. So that the player can't go in that direction. So we need to know how much the player is, essentially what the new position will be, and how much the player is intersecting with those tiles at those indices. And then we negate that off the position. This gives us the final position the player will be in if they can't enter those tiles.
Isn't that just like fine tuning though? I mean, if you just did it where they couldn't move when they tried to move.
I mean, we could do that here, right? So we could just
simpler.
say, let's do that. Direction vector equals, I want to set. So this actually, let's do that. I mean, that is really quite nice.
Set
I'm thinking
0.
Probably,
Yeah. Just you hit a wall. You're not going any further. Right. You don't have to bounce. Stop.
Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, but now I'm stuck in the wall. Because once I'm colliding with it, right?
Okay. My stupid idea didn't work, but I thought that was the simplest.
It's because the position. No, I know what it is.
Add a negative of the vector or the
no.
direction you wanted to go.
No, we need to know where we're going to be in the future and test for that position, not where we are now.
Yeah.
Already moved into the wall at this point, which means the next time round we're actually colliding with the wall.
Yeah.
So this bounding box that we want to give over here is the bounds of where it's going to be. So we actually want to create a new the save bound. Let's just
Oh, and Mala, we're using all the solid layers because there's only really one layer the player is in, and there could be solid in all the other layers. The layers is just how deep it is in the view. Anything that's marked solid there needs to be considered solid because you can go in front of a cloud or behind a tree, and those aren't marked solid. So there should be no player collision for those.
Oh, you answered the question I was going to say.
Yeah, I'm answering the question.
Yeah, that's right. No, I was like, yeah, I know that.
Yeah. I know you know that. Mala apparently doesn't. I'm just trying to explain.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain.
I'll show you the
Lucy, you need some explaining.
Hey, Lucy.
Which he never said in any of the shows ever. Apparently, that's a myth. It's one of those. Everybody believes it. So, like, beat me up, Scotty. They never said that line ever. Yet we all have it as part of our collective consciousness. It's Mandela effect, actually. I'm pretty sure.
Check.
All the shows got re-edited at some point.
And
remove that line. Yep.
Direction vector. If apply.
It would seem logical that you're putting this in the update routine because you're about to move to a new position. You're checking the new position to see if it's inside, and if so, you're not moving, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. I am going in reverse. Why am I going in reverse? Because I have no idea why I'm going. All right, let's just put a negative in front of that and see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, I'm stuck in the wall again.
Oh no.
Stuck in the floor again.
You got sticky coordinates sitting there.
Also, it doesn't quite make sense because we're not in the tile yet. I think something else is going wrong here. Interesting. Interesting.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that question. Simon, you want to answer that? Why do we have multiple solid layers and not just one?
Just for the option if we need multiple layers. The layers themselves are, remember, the layers themselves are, you might have many, many different layers for many different reasons, and you might want to put collisions, the ability to collide on any one of those. But the whole idea of marking a layer as being solid is just a a temporary hack right now, so we don't have to look at each of the tiles. But actually, what we started doing earlier, which you missed, was adding. See here, these dotted lines. This adds the collision vector information to each of the tiles, so we can then collide with partial size tiles. And that's definitely better off where we want to be. But we need to be able to load the data in. So first get this working with entire tiles, then we'll load in the vector information. Then we can then do our collision checks against that. We also want to optimize our collision checks so that we're only doing those checks on the visible areas. What am I doing wrong? What is? I don't see anything wrong in this. Position add. Min add size. Bound size. Bounds is just
But negative?
No, it's center. It's because set half and centers. This again goes back to bounds size divided by 2. Okay, so this. Why can we copy? Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Why don't I just like copy from bounds, and then I can then do box. Because of the transformation matrix. Crap, I need to deal with it. Okay.
Too many different coordinate systems.
No, it's the. It's all right. This will work hopefully. So we're gonna add a vector. Let's just do this and say delta. Sure. Direction delta. Lame. I think didn't I like give it the ability to do that? I can't remember. I know it creates a new one. It's fine. Just do this. This will work. All right, let's try this again. Where's our slow dash? Right. Okay. I went into the wall. Yeah. See, this is interesting. Like, I'm not sure how that's working. That's what we said before, right? Like, this should be. This makes sense now about the sort of behavior that we're seeing, right? So now we're getting the box where it is. We're doing our collision. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm modifying the direction vector twice.
Oh, not good.
So, yeah, this.
You were detecting where it's going to be 2 seconds from now, or 2 frames from now.
Which explains the negative that I was getting, because it was doing a negative of a negative, which is a. Yeah, okay. There we go. It's working. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. It's like they're colliding in real life and surrounded by force fields. Surrounded by those square force fields.
So at the moment, if it hits on any one of the 2 axes, both axes are reset.
Okay.
Which is really, not great from obviously from a.
Well, so you like grind to a halt. You can't go left and right, even though you're.
If I go left and then right afterwards, it'll work because the direction vector is reset, right?
Oh, okay.
Now, because remember, I'm actually.
Oh, you're talking about the way the dash is facing.
No. I'm saying that.
no.
So if I was to
Okay.
go, for example, if I go up and press right, it's reset both the X and the Y.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it's not proceeding in further. If I let go of the keyboard and now press left, it's going to proceed left because no longer colliding on the vertical axis, right?
Okay.
So
Still off
this
by a
works,
little
but
there.
we need to know: are we colliding?
Okay.
Are we colliding on the vertical
End
or
of
the horizontal axis?
end of hour 4. Maybe you should hold that for your next.
Well, I'm kind of curious if we now.
Oh, here he goes.
Well, no. What we could do.
Okay.
This is why I was a bit upset with earlier when I was looking at this. Is like you've got an intersection, but you don't supply the resulting intersection if they intersect with each other. And there's, as far as I can see, there's no nice way of doing that, but with the built-in framework, I'm just like, this is just annoying. So what we want to do is just essentially apply this, but again, I'll apply it with an extension. Hey, Marco. So if we now add in here up here. So intersection, it's just an intersection, and we want to return an AABB, I guess. So
You could mimic what the offs or the rectangles do. Let's see.
Oh, what?
Yeah, rect.
Well, rect.
Yeah, what rect does. Rect has an overlapping intersector thing and returns some property based on that.
It just does the negation of the two sides, right?
Yeah. Overlaps. No, overlaps is just bool. Sorry.
You go.
Thought it was like intersection.
Which is what I was doing anyway. So.
Oh, there is intersect, right? There is intersect.
Yeah. So this is just getting because. Yeah, because we're making a new one from left, top, right, bottom. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Let's just copy that. That's fine. Works good for me. There's my extension. Here it is. So I was hoping to do min max vector 2. So I should be able to do vector 2. So left top is the maximum. You want to negative, yeah, and then yeah. So this should be min other dot min vector 2 0. And oh, it doesn't return it, does it? Oh, you bastard thing. Really? That's annoying. Something is not adding up here. Hang on. I don't think we need to do min and max, you know. We'll do it anyway. Yeah, we'll do it anyway. All right. So then we have new min. Right. So let's have this also return back the intersection. All right. Hey, Lane, welcome. Yeah, Randall's combed his hair today.
I comb it every week. It just sometimes it just goes.
Depends on how much you're thinking. If you have to think hard, you start.
Yes, I'm trying for the Einstein look, but the hair's not gray enough yet, so we'll have to wait.
I think now we have the intersection. I guess we want the largest intersection. Yeah, I don't like this.
Isn't the largest intersection the magic roundabout? UK joke.
Oh, of course.
And actually have 3 or 4 of those over there, I understand.
Only a few. We've got a couple.
Yeah. I'm just about out of tea. We have to finish the show before I run out of tea.
That is a very good reason to end the show.
It's a timeline issue. No tea. Tea, Gromit. Another UK thing.
Okay.
I have many friends across the puddle. Got to have backup plans of where I'm going to live if things go crazy here.
It's not right. Somehow I didn't think that was right. Yeah, all right, we're going to come back to this. Do you know what? We've got a step further. Let's turn on the layers, the visual layers, and see how it looks.
Okay.
I've had enough today. We've been going on longer than I expected to today. So
Less than last week, though. So that's good.
Yeah, well, see, when do we get to
Last week set a new high and lows, I guess. Oh,
Just straight. No. Oh, that was the dot. The dot went through.
I need to
That's
react.
right. That's supposed to be normal. Okay.
There we go. So now
Okay,
we can
goes
go
behind
behind
trees.
We can collide into
Under the
things.
cloud. And a cloud. Oh yeah, look at
We can
that.
go over the clouds because they're in a different layer.
Yep.
Collide into our invisible things. We can still go behind things.
Yeah, look at that.
I still get to collide into things.
Cool.
Yeah, and our chains are solid apparently, and so our
They all have force fields.
but this is good. I mean,
Yeah, no, that's it's quite an accomplishment now at this point. Look at that.
so yeah, we're getting there.
Cool. I like it. Ship it.
Yeah, keep that the same. Sorry. That's it's not really finished. We'll leave it unticked for now.
You could break it into collision detection part 1 and part 2, and you've done part 1.
Okay, let's do that then. Let's do collision. Basic.
Yeah, basic. Advanced. And advanced.
There you go.
I like it.
And then when we break it again, it goes, oh, it's intermediate then.
Yeah, right. Next time we can break 2 more. Right. This is what you put in your progress report when you're sending it off to the boss. Yes, we got basic collision detection now. We're working on advanced collision detection.
This just reminds me of something out of
on the next sprint. You got to say it that way. On the next sprint, we'll have advanced decision collection. Good detection.
Yeah, Mark is like, remember you need to call its Sun Engine. What, you trying to tell us that it will only be finished by the summer?
Okay. Oh, alrighty.
I think what we might do, once we get the basic game done, I think we could then transition it to maybe using Flame.
Yeah.
Or maybe you would do a separate one, a Flame version of the same thing.
And throw away 3/4 of your code, yeah.
No,
exactly.
The point here is not necessarily just right away, but to have an example of how this stuff works, right? With the knowledge videos.
I mean the work you put into the tiles and laying out their collision boundaries, things like that's all going to still be applicable. It's just going to be a matter of what engine are you using to wander through that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Right. Well, thanks everyone for joining us, and we'll see you same time next week.
Yeah, 164 hours from now. Yes, there we go.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Buenos Aires. Oh, where's Dash? Dash.
you.